Let's take a look at Madoka for a sec. Given that Madoka was probably my strongest inspiration to actually make this. I mean, I always knew I would make a turn-based RPG eventually. I've always wanted to make a turn-based RPG, but I think Madoka was the little glimpse of what made that sound interesting to me. And all it was is the fact that you can win. I thought this was genius of Madoka. Madoka's scaling and pacing, especially in terms of battles, I think is absolutely fantastic. The only thing I think is a little. The only thing I would change if it was my game is I do feel like the very, very, very last levels were a little too pay to win. Like that sort of you've got to break the boss's shield or you can't do anything is a little. I think it's a little too unforgiving. It's a little too strict towards the end. But that's the exact mechanic that made this game interesting to me, is the fact that I realized, okay, you can have a strong team and you can probably clear most of the content on autoplay until you get to like a really big boss. And then when you get to a really big boss, like you've got to strategize. You've got to sort of pick when you're breaking shields and then pick when you're doing your attacks. Although I didn't have a healer back then as well, and I never play these games without a good healer, but this game didn't have a good healer for me to pick. Is that another Madoka? Holy shit. Yeah, that's... What the hell is this? What the hell kind of Madoka is that? Jesus. Yeah, we're not getting that. Doyle, who are you? Well, apparently he's Doyle. He just told you who he was. Have we got new? Oh, we got new main quest. Oh, hell yeah! I saw this got an update the other day. Actually, it might have been yesterday. Oh, I do love I love the story in this. Yeah, this is the game that inspired me the most to actually finally make an RPG, and it was mostly because of the way they use shields and bricks and stuff like that. I thought was very interesting, and the way they balanced and paced the game so that you can sort of clear 90% of it on auto, but you've got to sort of take the wheel for the boss. And I thought that was pretty clever. I've never really seen that happen. I've not really seen that done as well as this before. Oh, we got raids now. Okay. Oh my god. No, I'm not really playing this. I'm just I just want to look at the battle UI to get a screenshot and see what it looks like. And then I'm going to look at star rails. Ah, I'm clicking all the wrong things. Okay, give me those. Give me those. That's a lot of stuff. Obviously, now we're in here, we're going to have to see if we can get new characters and stuff. But I won't, because getting characters in this game is not as bad as Uma Musume, though. Uma Musume is the worst game to get characters in. By a lot. Okay, new free pull available now is what it's basically saying, and all my medals went to waste, so that's annoying. Is new Madoka on there? Oh, of course, new Madoka isn't a free pull. Of course she isn't, although she is on here apparently. Yeah, imagine if we just got her. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, this game is pretty bad for getting new characters, if I'm being honest. But nowhere near as bad as Uma Musume. But it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's always the Japanese gacha games that are like tighter than a gnat's chuff, as we would say in England. No more free pulls. I've got 3 of these apparently. Okay, we've got 3 of these. This is just the This is like the Tower of Fantasy purple nucleus banner for anyone who plays that. In other words, the odds of getting anything good on here are like astronomically low. I did get my first copy of Ren on here though, I think. But I've had like 3 copies ever since. So Ren's one of my favorites. This one's Ren. But she's a weird unit because she where she's strong, and that's another thing that I like about this game, where she's strong she can also be a problem for certain fights, because some of the fights have like gimmicks where it's like the more you attack them, the stronger their attack is towards you, and Ren just like auto what's the word, counter attacks all the time. So when I was trying to beat a boss that had that mechanic, Ren was actually making everything so much harder. So oh my god. Okay, so I need to go into a fight so I can see the UI. This is why I'm here. We could do tower. Yeah, we can do tower. Oh, this is my new oh wait, no. Yeah, this is my newer team that I was sort of building. We can take these for now. These are all my newer units that aren't quite as invested in as the other ones, but I'm trying to beef them up a little bit, including my new amazing healer. Yeah, we'll take this team for now, because this is like, what, the first floor? So this one should be pretty easy, I think. Right, let me just take it off auto. Yeah, I really like the UI for this one. Yeah, okay, so we've got turn, and maybe this is why I decided to put my turn bar here. I've been secretly influenced by this game. No, it's no secret, like, okay, I see. Okay, so they have, this is ultimate charge. I like this. I really do like this UI. I think this UI is great. The only thing I would change is their basic attack is is that a good idea to have basic attack as the biggest circle? And they don't have a circle for ult. For ult, you click the character when the character charges. Whereas I think I prefer an ult button over here that just lights up. I don't know. Then these are like your skill points. This is ult charge. And then we've got health. And if we have shields, we have shields that appears, I think, below the health. And then we can clearly show what each like unit does on here. Yeah, I really do. I do like this UI. This might be my favorite turn-based UI ever. I really do like it. Let me just grab a screenshot of that. Yeah, so we've got turn order here. Mine's going to have little clocks on it, but it is going to be a similar position. I also like how they've put them in diamonds. That looks really cool, actually. Maybe I should steal that. Yeah, I do like that. And then we have health. Each of our 5 party members, mine's got to have 4, but each of our 5 party members are sort of arranged here. And then I like the way this like pops up into a big version for whoever's turn it is, so it's kind of obvious whose turn it is. And then we show like the type of attacker that they are. Basic attack, skill attack, and then when ult is charged, which is this bar here, you just click the character. It is good. I do think the UI is very good in this game. And then we've got our usual like auto and fast forward and stuff like that here. And then you can query to see what enemies are doing. Let's get a screenshot of this one. Yeah, this is really nice. I really do like this UI. I think I'm stealing this UI. I think I'm stealing this UI. I really do like it. Why isn't it going backwards? I thought, oh, is it up and down? Give me a minute. Just in case I got it fucking... No, up and down doesn't do it either. I thought you used to be able to cycle through your images on it, couldn't you? With the cursor keys, you can't do it anymore. It doesn't work anymore. What the fuck? I want that other UI picture back. I mean, it'll be in my folder, I guess. Why did they change that? Why did they change everything? Right, give me a minute. Let me hide my screen, because I don't know what I've taken screenshots of. Like, if it could be like passwords, credit cards. I don't think I would take a screenshot of a credit card, but you never know. So open screenshots folder. Yeah, nah, it's all dev stuff. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything bad in there. Infinity Nikki bugs. Yeah, it's all typical stuff that I would take screenshots of. It's fine, but you never know. Better safe than sorry. But where are the ones that I just took though? Oh, yeah, that's it there. Okay, that's it there. We can load it in Photoshop, I guess. What does this button do? Oh, okay, that's how you look at your team. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. So I think the one thing I will change is I think it makes more sense if you click the team member and that brings this up. This is what I think I'll change. So I think it's more intuitive to click the team member and then it brings up the sort of overview of that team member. And Alt is a separate button over here, so we have like 3. We have our like rock, paper, scissors buttons over here, right? I think that makes more sense. Skill points is good somewhere around here. But I also think... I'm not so sure I like the gap between the characters and then this, like, this weird little... I don't know, it looks kind of cramped in there, you know what I mean? I feel like this could be in a better place, maybe. I don't know. It's fine. I mean, if I'm getting rid of this, I'll have more room over this side as well. But yeah, I really do like this UI. I don't even think I want to look at Star Rail. I think this UI is way better than Star Rail's. Way better than Star Rail's. Okay, you can't click anything on the timeline. That doesn't do anything. Play next layer. I guess we can play this for a bit. Yeah, this game is amazing. This is one of the best turn-based RPGs I've ever played. I do think that this game is phenomenal. But as a gacha, as an RPG game, this game is like a solid 9 or even 10 out of 10. It's that good. But as a gacha game, it is like 2 out of 10. And it's just because of the monetization. It's like Uma Musume. Uma Musume is like an 8 out of 10 as a game. I think it's so unique, it's so fun, it has so much potential. But as a gacha game, it's like 1 out of 10. It's the greediest, tightest, worst monetized, most predatory, pay-to-win, stingy-ass gacha game I've ever played. So no surprise it came out of Japan. And so that makes the game overall like a 4 out of 10, practically unplayable. Because like, If a gacha game requires that you empty your bank into it in order to play it and have fun with it, then it's a shit fucking pay to win gacha game. Which all the Japanese gacha games seem to be, for some weird reason. At least that's my opinion. And all of these greedy ass pay to win Japanese gacha games always fail within, like, you know, within a year. None of them stand the test of time. So then that just screams cash grab to me. Like, you're not interested. And say what you want about Hoyoverse, but Hoyoverse do not make cash grab games. They're getting worse and greedier, sure. But their games are designed to be played for a very long time. You can see that there's passion there, there's thought gone into it. They do think about the free-to-play community. They do actually try to balance their games well for all levels of spending. You can't deny that. They're not just in it to grab your cash and then, you know, end of service the game. I mean, and if they were, Honkai Impact 3rd wouldn't still be going. Honkai Impact 3rd is probably costing them money at this point. But they keep that game fresh and updated, and you can see there's a passion and a love for that game. I do think Honkai Impact 3rd is a little too pay to win though. Like, it's very hard to get new characters in that game if you're not spending. But they're not. Look how old that game is, and like I say, if they were only interested in making money off it, then they would have end of serviced that game a long time ago. But I don't know that you can say the same thing about the Japanese gacha games, right? Like Wrestleriana, Tribe 9, this, Uma Musume. The Final Fantasy gacha games. They all have the same thing in common, where they feel more like machines, like Skinner boxes, that are just designed to be a vehicle to add the monetization part of the game, right? So there's just enough game to justify releasing characters and skill cards or whatever, right, over and over and over again, and trying to continue to milk the player base. They're not actually interested in trying to evolve the game in any way, shape, or form. It's like the game is a vehicle. Now, they can still be good. Like this game, like I said, this game is great. If this was a single-player RPG game, it would probably be my new favorite. It probably would be. If this was a single-player game, this would probably be my favorite RPG of all time. It's so good. It's so good. But the gacha ruins the game in this case, because like this game is really, really good on the surface, but it's the monetization that just ruins it. Yeah, this game is really good. This is one of those gacha games where I wish it wasn't a gacha game. I wish it was just a single player game. Because if it was a single player game, it would be probably my favorite RPG of all time. I mean, it's just so well made, so well balanced. The animations look great, the characters look great. The UI is really good. It's rare that you see good UI in a gacha game, but the UI is really good. Because I think it's game first and then gacha second tacked on. And that seems to be how I feel like that's how the Japanese do it as well, where they make game first and then tack on the gacha second. and they think that that means they'll have a good game that they can then milk players with. But it just, I don't think it works like that. I think you have to, and this is what I think Hoyo's really good at. Hoyo is very good at building them both together at the same time, I think. Like, they really do intertwine, like, the gacha live servicey aspect of the game right down to the gameplay level, the core gameplay mechanics. When they do it well, I mean, Zenless Zone Zero kind of struggled when it first came out, but it was that team's first game, right? So I think they maybe hadn't learned what they've learned now. But if you look at the latest Zenless Zone Zero stuff, then you can see that at play, right? So like the business simulator, right, now it sort of weaves into the main gameplay. So if you need new materials for your business simulator to upgrade the temple, everything relates to something else, right? And so the player's like incentivized. So, okay, I need new materials. I got to go and fight these mobs in this open area. Okay, now I have a reason to go to the open area. I have a reason to do this business simulator. What's that? The business simulator is upgrading the temple. Oh, that's where my house is. And that's where the new area is. Oh, yeah, I want to upgrade that because that's my slice of life content. And so now you've got another reason to keep engaging with the business simulator. And then they have like community requests in that little village. Oh, what's that? The townspeople need new products. Oh, I'd better get back to my business simulator, and so I can do these mini side quests and get the rewards and, you know, earn reputation or whatever it is. And like they've kind of understood that by weaving everything together like that, and instead of having like two separate layers that are just kind of slapped on top of each other, it really makes a hell of a difference. It's not easy to do though. Like I'm struggling to understand how to do that with my game. It's like at the moment I'm still learning though, right? It's like I've made a business simulator, I've made a little Uma Musume mini game, I'm doing my main dungeons and battle mechanics, and I'm still not sure how it's all going to weave together. Then I'm going to do my story, and I'm still not sure how well it's all going to weave together, because it may well feel like, you know, a layer of this slapped on top of a layer of that, slapped on top of a layer of that. But it's my first ever live service gacha game, so like, you know, I don't expect to get it to do it perfectly the first time, but I'm at least I'm conscious of it, and I'm thinking about it, and I'm trying to figure out how to make that work. And because I think that's a very important part of the process. And I do think that when gacha games fail, that's one part that they get wrong. It always seems like the gacha games that fail always feel like they should have been single player games, and then they had some gacha sort of mechanics sort of bolted on top. And yeah, like a single player game and a live service game are two completely different beasts. But yeah, I think even Genshin struggled with that though. I think that's where Genshin kind of fails as a live service game. But I think they learned from Genshin's mistakes, because if you look at Star Rail and Zenless, they've definitely got that down a lot better now. Like, they try to give players more reasons to play the live servicey aspects of the game, outside of just, oh well, you don't want to miss out on those 60 Primo gems for the upcoming banners, which is kind of what Genshin relied on mostly, and then a few formal events here and there. But it's tricky for me as well because I'm not really making a live service gacha game. Like, I'm kind of, for me, it's I'm making a proof of concept live service gacha game, and the difference there is my proof of concept live service gacha game. It serves two purposes for me. Purpose number one, it's me proving that my concept of how to make a game like that will actually work out. So I could structure a game to become a live service long-term service game, and I would get that right. So it's like, you know, put my money where my mouth is. Let's see if I can actually pull this all together. And that's its main purpose. And its second purpose is to, you know, to enter into a contest, right? And I'm under no illusion that those judges are going to be logging in every day, you know, farming the business simulator. Of course not. They're going to play the game for a couple of hours and then they're going to score it and they're going to move on with their lives. So, but if you're really making a real live service gacha game, then I think you've got to prioritize. I genuinely think you should prioritize end game, and I think this is even where iDLE gets it wrong. I would say that even iDLE gets this part wrong. Now, I know why they do it. But I feel like, let's say we've got a pie chart. I feel like all gacha games make this mistake. And I know why they do it. Whereas if this is the pie chart, right, of how much time, effort, and content goes into certain aspects of the game, where's lines? There we go. I feel like it's something like this. Where what they do is they put this much into the hook. And they put this much into end game. So all of their efforts go into creating a strong hook, and then they're hoping that you'll, by the time you, and they try to time gate you from getting into this slice of the pie, right? So they try and make it so, you know, maybe 1 or 2 months before you end up here, and hopefully by that point they're hoping that you'll have sunken cost fallacy and you'll have made it part of your habit, and you'll have just said, okay, you know, I don't want to lose my progress, I'd better log in every day now. And I think that's the wrong way of approaching it. I think that's the wrong way to do any live service game. I actually think what they should be doing, very controversial, but I think it should be kind of like half and half. I think they should be putting just as much, and I know that this is the money maker here, the hook is the money maker, that's why they do that. But I think if you actually want to make a really good long-term live service game that's going to keep players for the long term, it should probably look more like that. And they should put just as much time and effort into the hook, into the end game, as they do the hook. Because imagine a game like this, right, where endgame would almost feel like, you know, maybe not half and half, maybe that's a little too, you know, optimistic. It would be very difficult, because also this is very difficult to make a game like this, because what is end game content? Like, it has to be, so if you break it down, right, the way these games are made is the hook will take years of dev time, right? So let's say in some cases 4 to 5 years. So the devs have 4 to 5 years to do this part, and they can take their time with it, and they want to get it as good as they can to try and hook the players in and make the money. But then once we get into end game, they don't have time machines. So the end game content they have whatever their release schedule cycle is. So for something like a Hoyo game, I think it's like every 6 weeks or something. Whatever it is, right? 6-week content cycles. So you see how the hell are you going to make this amount of content? How the hell are you going to make this amount of content in 6 weeks when it took you 4 to 5 years to make this amount of content in the beginning? And it's actually, you might be looking at that and thinking, yeah, it's not possible. No, it is. It is. It is possible. It is possible. But you have to be very smart about it. Because what you also have to realize, right, is that this 4 to 5 years often will include all of the systems, right? Core systems. So this could be everything from gacha pull mechanics. Look at what I've been doing over the last 8 months, right? I'm still working on this core systems thing. I'm still making story systems. I'm still making battle systems. I'm still making mini gameplay time based systems. I'm still in the systems stage still, and I probably won't be out of the systems stage until maybe the last like month or something. So a lot of it is this, and this is where the magic will happen depending on how you design it, right? If you can make your core system, so first of all, let's look at this part, right? So how do gacha games currently solve this problem? Because even here, right, if this is 4 to 5 years and this is a 6-week content cycle, even this is difficult, right? Because it's a smaller slice of the pie, but it's still like a good 20%, right? And they don't have 20% of 4 to 5 years to deliver that content in, because you need to release new banners, you need to release new events, you need to release new story chapters. In Genshin's case, they have to release new areas and regions. All of that takes time and costs money. Now money, if a gacha game's successful, will be the least of its worries. It's time. I think it's time that they struggle with. I really don't think it's money. It's always time. Because a successful gacha game has money to spare, right? Money is not a problem for these gacha games. A gacha game doesn't even need to show up on that monthly revenue chart to be successful in terms of money. But one thing that they all share, whether it's a small developer or MiHoYo, is they cannot change the way time works, right? They need to deliver that content in 6 week cycles. So the number one trick is obviously skinner boxes. So skinner boxes are the epitome of a core system that can drive repeatable content that can be gated in some way. So we could describe this as repeatable content gauged. And it might be gauged by power, it might be gauged by time, it might be gauged by some other arbitrary progression system, right? You see this all the time, right? You need this much XP before you can do the this and before you can do the that. And so what they try to do is they try to deliver a repeatable content cycle of whatever it is, the new housing system, the new whatever it is, right? Battle, endgame, battle, spiral abyss, whatever it is, right? And then they try to get you, they're trying to keep you busy and distracted. Well, there's two types of content, especially the way Hoyo does it, and this is where I feel like Japan gets this part wrong. So what Hoyo do, at least, which I think is good, is they have two types of content. So they have the Skinner box repeatable content, and then they have unique new content, such as areas, story, characters. Right, so they can't pull that trick on you for this purple one. This purple one's very expensive and it costs a lot of time to deliver. So they have to rely on as much of this as possible. Now, where I feel like the Japanese or the cash grab gacha games fail is they completely miss this. They only do this part, and they think that that's enough. Uma Musume is pretty much that, and that's why it's kind of a trash game. Like I said, it's got really good potential, really good core gameplay mechanics, really good hook, but as a live service end game, free to play, friendly, whatever, right? If you're judging it by all these other metrics, it's one of the worst games ever made, because they clearly don't care about this slice at all. Uma Musume may as well look like this. That's Uma Musume. It's all hook, all talk and no trousers, as it were. All hook, and no sustainable content at all. But yeah, the problem is, and this is why, like, yeah, maybe this is too, you know, it's easy for me to say this is what I think live service games should do, but maybe it is impossible. But I feel like this would be their best way of doing it. But this needs to be like fun and engaging, and that can happen. And the two genres of games, this is why you see this in a lot of gacha games, right? The two genres of games that do a good job with engaging Skinner boxes would be JRPGs. Why is that not red? Where's my red? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Give me... Fuck off! Why? What is happening to my fucking... that must be... Okay, that's how that works, right. Right, JRPGs. Jesus Christ. And ROG. Like. Light. Anything like that. And I think that's why a lot of gacha games are very, very heavy in those genres, right? And it's kind of difficult to offer another genre outside of those genres and have them all kind of Skinner box. But another one that could solve it, which is interesting, if you look at Roblox, but don't look too closely, or you might not like what you see. But if you look at like Roblox, like content, and I think this is where Genshin's trying to head, right? User generated, or Fortnite, which also has user generated. These live service games are doing something different, where now we're no longer relying on Skinner boxes. In fact, this should be a separate category, I think. Player generated content. Because then you can essentially have infinite content for the game. But how good is that content, right? It's like, you know, there is a limit. How fun is it to make, you know, like it needs to be like diverse enough. Like the generation system needs to be diverse enough to offer enough variety so that it's not just, you know, every game feels the same. Oh, this is just a bunch of hilichurls in a room. Like, if you just got to think about, like, the laziest content generator that Genshin could offer would be like, I don't know, you can place hilichurls in an empty room and then kill them all. Yes, share your room code now. Yeah, that's going to get old pretty quick, right? Like, yeah, okay, one guy put 1,000 in there. That was fun. Another guy only put 1 in, but that one hilichurl had like 1 billion HP. That was weird. And then, yeah, every other room was pretty much the same. So, like, that's not going to work, right? So you need, like, more variety than that. And the more variety you can offer the content generator system, then obviously the more variety the generated content can offer. And so I think that's why Roblox and Fortnite do a really good job of this, because they I mean, Fortnite goes as far as offering like a specific version of Unreal Engine specifically for Fortnite that really gives players all the tools they'll need to make whatever the hell they want. But then that can also create a new problem, like how do you monetize that, right? Are you going to make it so that you get new content creator tools on the gacha system? Like, that wouldn't work, right? But yeah, those games do seem to do very, 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 very well when they succeed. Very, very well. But yeah, also the thing that I've been experimenting with, like another way to solve this problem, although I've never seen it done yet, I've never seen a procedurally generated gacha game. But I think with AI and stuff like that, we could be starting to see more of this. Because procedural generation, like sort of like No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky, the gacha game. I mean, I'm half joking, but I'm half not, right? Because, like, these companies have the money to do it. No Man's Sky was made by a fucking team of, like, 6 people. Now, admittedly, it's taken years to get it to a point where it's actually somewhat interesting with so much to do. But even in its current state, I don't think No Man's Sky could survive gacha-like live service-y monetization. But they also didn't have the money or resources, right? So, like, I think if a company like Hoyo wanted to look at tech like No Man's Sky, they could probably find a very fun and interesting way to weave that in with their gacha systems and their monetization. And if anybody has the money to do it, Hoyo would. And I think they should be looking into that. Maybe they are. I don't know. I know I would be if I was them. I'd be looking at games like No Man's Sky and saying, okay, one of our biggest problems is this, right? Is like not enough end game. We spend all our time on the hook, and you can see they've already been thinking about this, right? Because like Genshin's getting a player generated content patch, like next patch, I think. So they're already thinking about this. They've been thinking about this for a while. And they obviously were thinking about this because this is why we're getting that new game that just got announced that they're releasing is like TFT, is it called? I can't remember. Necrit made a video on it. And then obviously Honkai Star Rail is like the JRPG. Although I think that's kind of like devolved into a crazy ass place now. But yeah, I think this is probably the most difficult one to pull off, but I also think it's like the one that could be the most amazing if somebody could get that right. If somebody could figure out a way to procedurally generate content for a live service game that's fun and engaging and very addictive. Whoa, what happened there? I think that could be like the ultimate online service game that everybody wants to play and nobody can stop playing. It would blow like games like Fortnite out the water, I think. You could have both, right? You could have a procedurally generated. Imagine if you had both. Imagine if you could have I mean, it's not impossible. You have a procedural core system, because I mean that's kind of what, if you think about it, that's kind of what No Man's Sky already started doing, I think, because they offer base building, right? So they had their procedural generation core system driving the game, and then you can go to a procedurally generated planet, and then you can play, generate, add your own base building, and that's an interesting combination. But it's also, how do you make that not a sandbox game? Because the problem with procedural generation is because nothing really exists in the editor. It doesn't really exist outside of the iDLE. It doesn't exist outside of runtime. So it's kind of hard to place things in a procedurally generated world because it's all just maths. There's no like... But again, they could do it. Hoyo could do it. I think they somewhat do that with Genshin Impact. I think they have some kind of... I think Genshin Impact's world, they couldn't make it work any other way. They must be chunk loading the Genshin map. They must be. Especially if that thing runs on phones. So if they're chunk loading the Genshin map, and they can clearly put anything they want in that Genshin map, then they must have a modified version of Unity, or they must have tools that they can use alongside Unity that chunk loads the map for editing purposes, and then they export that out to the server, and then the server just regenerates that for every player. They must have something like that, because they wouldn't be able to get it to work any other way. So they already have something similar for Genshin. Then they could have something similar for something like No Man's Sky, where they just chunk load the procedurally generated areas into the editor, and then they can manually place stuff or change things. So yeah, it's not impossible. You could have like 2 layers of systems. I mean, I could never do it. I'm not smart enough to do it. But in I can tell you what it would look like in concept. In concept, you'd have your procedural generation, which converts like whatever it is, noise, into structure, order. So in No Man's Sky's case, it's basically like generating planets, solar systems, terrain, vegetation, you know what I mean, whatever it is, fauna. Well, fauna is... Actually, fauna might not be vegetation. Creatures. And then you'd have like a modification layer. Because you can't really fuck with this, right? Because the noise is... You only have so much control over what you use as your noise input. So you would then need a modification layer. And then on the modification layer, what you would do is you would pull this first. You would generate this first. And then you would query the modification layer. And the modification layer would have a system in it where it's like, I don't know, a set of coordinates. And then some kind of like entity ID. Or whatever, and then you could have like properties that modify what this generated, and then your editor, your chunk loaded editor, chunk load map editor, would combine the two. It would pull from procedural generation, represent it, and then build mod layer, export that out to a server somewhere, and then you would just teach your system to load it like this. No Man's Sky probably already has something like that, actually. Okay, I need to do this off stream because, like, this will be fun later on when I need a break. I only really... Oh, wait, I can skip. Oh, I'm such a dum-dum. Oh, no, that... No. That's not right. Yeah, no, I use that on the one that is the latest level I can get to. Because it farms... Not that it really matters, but it farms more of this. But it's not like I need that anyway because I don't have any new characters to build. But yeah, no, that's how that's supposed to work. Oh, I'm close to a pull though. I might have a pull. Yeah, there's probably something in here for me now. And then we'll look at the UI that we... Oh, come on, give me some gems. Give me some gems, you bastard. You bastard. You stingy bastard. Am I still in a union? A level 4 backup request. There's like nothing to do in here. What's the point? Coming soon. They've been saying that since the game came out. That's why this game kind of feels like a cash grab though. Like it's just... It feels like nothing ever got finished. Do I have any trader stuff I can buy? Not really. I guess I'll do dailies real quick. I want to do one more poll and see if I can get that Madoga. I know I'm not getting that Madoga. And that's still lit up. That's only lit up I think because I still have my sweeps. But I don't want to spend all day in this when I want to get on with my own game. Because I will burn out on my game at some point and I'll want to take a break. So this is the perfect thing to do when I need to take a break. Rather than do it first thing right now and then... What am I looking at? Do I sweep this? I think I do. Wait, have I got the 250% bonus? Sounds good. Give. Okay, what about this one? Why does it think I'm new? I'm not new. Shut up. Am I bonusing? Am I bonusing? Why isn't it asking me to pick a team? Shit, what did I just do? I didn't spend my gems, did I? Oh, you fuck! That's not what that looked like. What the fuck did I just... Oh my god, I'm so mad. What the fuck just happened? I've never done that before in my life. How did I get... I thought I was sweeping the fucking level to get rewards and instead I spent my fucking gems. I'm so mad. Oh my god. Have I just done it again? No, I haven't done it again. I swear something changed. I feel like I got fucking tricked into that. Oh, I'm so fucking mad. I was 10 gems away from another poll, but I just fucking spent them on a refresh, which I didn't mean to do. Yeah, I probably should have been paying attention. That's what this is, I think. Fuck! I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. Oh, I'm so fucking mad right now. Fucking piece of shit game. Why? Why is it so, how did I end up in here? I know why. It's because I'm in the archive thing, so they all share the same currency. Yeah, they fucking changed something in here. Why am I in here though? I didn't mean to click this. just fucking unlock these. Whatever, I don't give a shit. I thought... Is that because there's no... So that means there's no event on right now. Is that what that means? Because that doesn't normally look like that. That's why I was confused. Normally it takes me to the live event. It says 6 days left. Oh man, there it is. So where the fuck was I? Oh, I'm so fucking mad. Oh, look at that. That would have been my 10 gems for my fucking poll as well. I'm so fucking mad right now. Oh, I'm so fucking angry. It's fucking bullshit. Right, who are the stupid ass bonus fucking units on this? I'm so pissed off. I'm so pissed off. I don't own a single bonus unit for this. Wow. Amazing. What about fucking portraits then? Oh, I'm so pissed off right now. Why don't I own any of the bonus stuff? Well, fuck you then, game. Fuck you. I'll just take my strongest team then if it doesn't make any fucking difference. Go on then. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, I'm so mad. That's why this game would have been an amazing single player game. It's bullshit like that that makes this game suck. Yeah, why the hell are Japanese developers so bad at making gacha games? You would think they would be good at it. Gacha literally originated in Japan, but that was the gachapon machine, which was like a coin-operated toy machine. But you would think, since, you know, the gacha game is kind of based on that concept, you would think the Japanese would be good at making the games that were based on the same concept. But oh no. No, 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 no. Couldn't be further from the truth. God, why does everything have a fucking arbitrary pause in it? Like I say, it's because everything is designed to waste as much time as possible. That's how I know my game's coming along quite well, because my game's starting to feel a bit like that. So that's how I know I'm doing a good job. But a lot of your time as well, and this is something that I feel like I've defeated. Another thing I don't understand about these games, right, is that they always design them so that everything is in its own instance and everything loads. And you don't have to make it like that. It's 2025. These games are not demanding on in any way, shape, or form. Why do we have to load into a fucking battle and then load into a menu? Then we have this arbitrary pause before you're allowed to click anything because God forbid somebody should have their finger in the wrong place on a mobile phone screen. And the whole thing just feels like all you do is wait for things to load and let you click. Pull characters in. If you have the same party, it'll pull those characters in once. I even found a quicker way of loading those characters. So now I just load them from a big pack file. And mine is running in a fucking browser with way more limitations than what these guys have for building on raw platforms. Because this is Unity. So I know the engine inside and out. But they always make them so that they load into a separate instance and then they load back into another UI instance. And then because then you end up like fighting a battle that takes less time to clear than it does to load. And so that's why it feels like all you ever do in these fucking games is wait for things to load. Because like when 90% of the time spent is looking at a loading screen, maybe you shouldn't load it in a separate instance at that point. Right? Maybe you should just stick it all in the same instance like I have. Also, you know why I'm feeling vindicated as well lately? I figured out from a little bug that I came across in Zenless the other day, I think it was last week, I figured out that Hoyo's doing it the same way that I am. So I felt really vindicated actually, because I ended up in this bug where the level didn't load that was supposed to load, but that's because we're not really loading levels. And the loading screen is an illusion, which my game's going to work the same way. So really you're in the same scene the whole time, but what they're doing is they're just pulling the assets in while they stick a loading screen up. So they are kind of loading, but they're not changing scenes, they're not loading in and out of instances, they're just managing their own asset system, which is the same way that I've built my game. And I have proof of this because the map was showing me where to go and nothing had loaded into the map was empty, but the map was still showing me where everything should have been. And there was still some assets left over from the previous scene that I was in. So something went wrong, obviously, with their asset load system. I've never seen it before. It was like probably a unique glitch that could happen. But yeah, I had proof of that's working the same way that my game's working. I'm like, okay. So these things aren't separate instances. So they're just sticking a loading scene up, the same as me, a loading screen up, while staying in the same instance, whilst they get their core systems to pull assets in on demand, the same way that I'm doing it. Because if you do a good job with asset loading and saving and memory management and cleanup and all that stuff, you don't need separate instances. Separate scenes rather. But yeah, for anyone who's interested, I spent a lot of time looking into this. So for anyone who's interested, I'll show you how my system works. And this would be my recommendation if you ever want to make a... Actually, I would say this is the best system for any game, to be honest. Okay, my system has 3 layers. If I need to load something, I have 3 options. This is the fastest, best way to do it, but because if I was making a platform specific game, I would do it all in here because this is the fastest. You pack it all together and you pull it out of the pack, and this is stored locally. But because my game is WebGL, I have a hard cap on this. Because the storage system that WebGL supports has a limit on it, and the limit is about 900 megabytes. And I've used my 900 megabytes on characters. So my characters are now in a 900 megabyte pack file, and when I want a character, I just pull it out of the pack file. Then I have 2 options, sort of. It's one other load option, but it has a fallback mechanism. So the other option is pull from server, right? Stream from server. But this is where I think my system's pretty smart. The way my system works is it creates a cache of things it's pulled from the server every time it pulls something from a server. So it has this little cache, and so when it pulls something from my server, right, it will stick it in the cache, and it will reference it, right? It will keep a reference to it. And so the next time one of my external systems asks for this asset, my pull from server function, if you like, checks the cache first, because if I ask for, let's say I pull, just for argument's sake, level 1 dungeon from the server, and I will pull level 1 dungeon from the server and I'll stick it in my cache. So this is essentially RAM. So what it does is it figures out how much RAM we can use to stuff things in, and then it will automatically recycle content and keep this. This will always have the most recently pulled assets in it. So my system will first check the cache when it's asked to deliver something. And let's say I'm asking for level 1 dungeon for the second time. Well, then it can grab level 1 dungeon straight out of RAM, which is actually faster than this, by the way. That's even faster than that. But we've first got to pull it from the server, which is the slowest, right? So let's say this is like server. Stream from server. This is the slowest. So actually that's not the fastest, that's actually a lie. This is actually the fastest. And so what my system will do is, if the player needs to keep doing level 1 dungeons or whatever, we only load it once and then it's in RAM. And we keep it in RAM until we need to make space for something else. And then we put that in RAM. So because you're going to be asking for the same things over and over again, probably, you're going to be doing level 1 dungeon, level 1 dungeon, level 1 dungeon, level 1 dungeon over and over and over and over and over again. And this is why I complain about loading screens in these games. They don't need to do that. They can do it better. Oh shit, why did I click retry? I don't know why I clicked retry. Can I not just skip this now? And so at least every time, right, my UI also isn't in a separate instance. We never leave my UI. My UI is always there because it's such a low footprint. There's no need to load And this is the problem with going in and out of scenes. There's no need to go into another scene for gameplay and then go into another scene for UI. UI and gameplay should all be in the same scene. You have your UI systems at the top, right? I just don't understand why people make it. It's probably like because that's how it had to be done like fucking years ago, and they just haven't changed their way of doing it or something. But like, Jesus Christ, like use what's, I don't know, like use what's available, right? You don't make games for the PlayStation 1 when the PlayStation 5 comes out, right? So it's the same for this. We have memory now. We have SSDs now. We have caches. We have all kinds of tricks. So use them, right? I just don't understand. So just stick your UI systems on top with your core. Mine is core plus UI systems, all part of the same thing. And then I just generate whatever I need. Some of the stuff's there anyway. I have like buckets, and then I just put things in buckets, right? I need a level. Sure, I'll put that level in a bucket. I need a character. Sure, I'll get this system to put the character in the level. I need something else. Sure, I'll put that there. I never have to leave the same scene, and that way when we're done with this gameplay, we're already in the UI. We don't have to load a separate instance. Why should you make the player wait to load UI that they're going to need like 6,000 times a minute or whatever it is, right? Like, it's just, I don't know. Nobody needs to be doing that. Have I done this one already? Where even am I right now? I'm so confused. But yeah, I think it's because, like, I mean, I learned how to do all this over a year ago at this point. But it's because when you're new, right? What you do is you do everything like physically. So you get a scene. So you have a Unity scene, and you have another Unity scene, and you have another Unity scene, and scenes make it really easy. Because you can just put your objects in the scene like this. There's our 4 characters, look. Ooh, let's build our environment in the scene. Ooh, yay. Now, actually, part of this is... some of this is also Unity's fault, right? Because Unity claims to let you package this scene and pull it in as an asset. It actually lets you do that, but guess what? It doesn't work. It breaks everything. But if they ever get that to work, this probably would be the best way to do it. But this is no longer the best way to do it. Because the problem with this is great for new people, because they can just find control over where the characters are sitting and where all the little boxes are in the background. And they can place everything very strategically. But you can do this anyway, right? What you do is you do that, and then you grab this and you prefab it out. You put it in a package, and then you can pull it back in whenever you want. That's what you do. The reason you do that is then you're not stuck with 56 different scenes with 56 different things in them. You don't have to load in and out of 56 different scenes. You can just push them all and pull them all from the same scene. Right? You do it dynamically. It's just so much easier. It's quicker. It's easier. You can memory manage. You can package things together. You have some control over what loads and what doesn't then. But it does take more work. And it doesn't give you as much, like, yeah, it's harder to change things, right? Because everything's like a prefab of a prefab of a prefab. But I think the payoff is worth it. But a game like this, like, must be doing some level of that anyway, because they must be pulling characters that are from the party into the scene to begin with. So why don't they build their scenes in the same way? Because it's not like they don't know how to do that, right? Because they must be doing it with the characters in the party, because they're not loading every single gacha character for every single fight. They're only loading whoever you've selected in your party, surely. So they already know how to do that up to a point. So I don't know why they don't do that with everything else. Why are they saving their environments in separate scenes? I don't understand. I just think once you build a content delivery system that can give you what you ask for, like characters in a gacha game, why the fuck wouldn't you use it for everything? It's way better than Unity's default, you know, serialized asset placement in a scene. I don't know. My answer is it comes down. I can only think of two reasons why you would still do things this way. One is laziness, because it's convenient, and they don't want to put the extra work in. Or two is maybe it's like, you know, old habits die hard. These are older developers that have been doing it for so long this way that they just, that's how they do it. Because you see that with a lot of like Square Enix games like Final Fantasy and even Bethesda and stuff like Telltale. Like people will build these engines and build these systems and then they don't want to touch them. They just want to make game after game after game after game after game without ever evolving anything. Because they put so much time, work and effort into the original thing. But for me, that's the fun part. It's like building the core systems and evolving them to evolve with the gameplay, like trying new things, and I don't know, I think that's the fun part. But yeah, I mean, a studio wouldn't, but the thing is, a studio hires programmers to do these things and then they let them go because they don't need that many programs anymore, so they don't have the same, they can't just say, oi Tim, you know that engine you built 6 years ago, I could do with an upgrade. No, instead it's like Bethesda spent X hundreds of thousands hiring programmers to build the engine the first time around, and they don't want to hire them again to upgrade it, and they don't want to have to then retrain staff on how to use the upgraded version, so they just stagnate and stagnate and stagnate and they're just stuck. And so it's like Tower of Fantasy as well. I think a team built the core, that thing I was showing, right? I think in Tower of Fantasy, a much better team built this yellow section, and then they let them go, and then they had fucking interns. Then they had interns left to run the game. That's the only way, because if you look at the quality drop, it was insane. They went from World 1, which is still, I think, the best world in Tower of Fantasy. They went from this high quality first world area to Artificial Island. And my god. And all they were doing is putting out fires. So like the guys who run the game and pump content into the game are not the guys who built the core gameplay hook, the hook type stuff. And so then I think they're in a bit of a pickle where it's like, ah, shit. How long is this fucking fight? Come on, we got this. Shoot you, motherfucker. Come on, my doggy, you got this. Again, it was so long ago that I loaded into this. I don't even know what this is. I can't remember. Is this an event? Is this some kind of daily thing that I'm doing? Is it tower? I don't know. I can't remember. It's too long ago. If he regenerates his shield now, I'm going to be so mad. I could do with a healer on this team. No, I remember loading into something and I was like, oh wait, if it doesn't make any difference. Yeah, I think this is this an event? I remember saying, oh well, I'll just take my strongest team then. I think this might be an event. I don't know, no, because it's saying like total damage. This almost feels like tower or something. Oh my god, he got his shield back. Right, I'm sad now. I'm so sad. I'm sad and mad. This fight takes a month. Yeah, that would be my only criticism of this game. I do think they go on a little too long. Like they're a little too grindy. Like there's I feel like there's too much of a gap between like the trash mobs that you clear with one shot, and then these bosses go on for like 6,000 turns. Like how about 2,000 turns for the bosses and maybe 10 turns for the mobs? Bring those numbers a little closer towards each other, maybe. It's a little bit too far apart. No, don't kill my Madoka! Oh, you motherfucker. I hate this thing. We came close. I can skip these fucking animations, apparently. I don't know how much time I'd save then. You fucking wanker. Wanker! 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 Wanker alerts. Alright, just get on with it. You're gonna kill me anyway. Oh, great. Just to make it last even longer. Put a shield up now. Yeah, that's gonna help. Help waste more of my time. Yeah, whatever. Fuck you. So what did I just do? I don't even know what that was. Where am I? Score attack. Oh, for the event. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it really was that long ago that I forgot what the fuck I was doing. That'll do. 325% sounds fine. Go on him. What do you mean I get nothing? Why are you so mean? No, do not spend gems. You fucking wanker. Fucking wanker. What is this raid? So this is for my union then. It's so stupid. Win! Yeah, I think so. This is gonna take forever. What? Nobody's doing this? I'm the only one doing this. First place. I need to get out of this union. I might get gems for this though. Can I not do a harder fight? Maybe? Round 5. People, hang on. Level 2. People are asking for backup. But they must be higher level than this though, right? Maybe I have to clear the early levels first as well. I don't know. I think I can go much higher than this. Okay, I got 50 gems. I can finally do another poll. But why the hell is nobody doing this? I don't understand, or am I misreading that? That's what it looks like. Looks like I'm... It looks like I'm the only one who's even partaking in this. Alright, whatever. Let's see how far we can get. I'm getting rewards. That's all I care about. I don't even really care, to be honest, because I don't really play this game anymore. I keep an eye on it. It just feels like this game made too few updates, too little, too late. That reward sucks. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Why is nobody else doing this? Why do I feel like I'm the only one in the... It's because nobody plays this fucking game anymore, that's probably why. Because it's a greedy ass Japanese gacha game. It makes it impossible to get new characters. And you might be looking at my account saying, you got loads of characters? Yeah, true. But most of them... I did. Number one, I got lucky. Well, there's three reasons. Number one, got really lucky at the start. Number two, I have actually spent money in this game. And number three, when they had a half anniversary recently, I got even luckier. And I got a shit ton of characters during the half anniversary. But like normal gameplay... normal grind loop routine thing, like it's like Uma Musume. It's like fucking impossible to get a fucking character. Last time I checked, I was the strongest person in the guild. By like quite a lot. But I haven't checked since like the game, since I first started playing the game, so I don't know if that's still true. I haven't kept playing, so people might have overtaken me now. But I know also a lot of players quit, so... A sixth of a pull. Wow, a sixth of a pull. And this is, I feel like this is kind of lazy. I understand why they do it though. You see this in a lot of gacha games. Same fight, let's make the numbers bigger. Same fight, let's make the numbers bigger. Same fight, let's make the numbers bigger. It's fine, I guess, but like it does get repetitive. And I think one, even just, you know what I think would make it better? is just come up with like 4 or 5 types of the same thing. Just make them visually different, and maybe some of their animations are different with the way they do their attacks. But essentially, they're the same blueprint of the same enemy. You just make them look different, right? So one, like, try and make them look vastly different, but make them pretty much do the same things as each other. If they just made that one change, where, you know, level 1 I'm fighting, whatever, a rickety old man. And by the last level, it's like some big fucking... I don't know, killbot android death machine. Then it feels less repetitive, less grindy, less, you know, I want to go to sleep rather than play this game. And really, it could just be the same under the hood, right? It just looks different. I mean, all you got to do is look at a system like Wuthering Waves, right? How much did players wag their little tails when they found out that, like, the holograms, the higher up you go, the same enemies will suddenly start doing, like, more things. Like, they added new mechanics to, like, the harder levels of those, like, holograms. Now, it's not something I'm interested in because it's not my kind of thing. But I do think that's a cool thing to do, right? That's really good. Because even that, it's like the same enemy, but if you introduce new mechanics at later levels, well, suddenly it's like, you know, oh, okay, I'm not seeing this before. I have something new to learn. I have something new to, you know, work against, rather than just the same freaking fight. Like, Snowbreak's the worst example of this. It's just like... It's like level 1, you shoot it 3 times and it's dead. And by like level 5 or whatever, like, you stood there shooting for like 2.5 minutes before it dies, but nothing changed between level 1 and level 5 other than just how big its fucking HP bar was. And it's just like, wow. It's so lazy. It's so boring as well. It's just like, oh my god. Oh, what the fuck? Maximum duration. Oh, they actually put a maximum duration on it, but look how close I was. That's some bullshit. Somebody else actually... Look at the difference. I told you I was the strongest in the guild. I didn't think I was that much stronger. What the fuck? You lazy motherfuckers. How can you be that bad at the game? I don't understand. Maybe they're newer players. I don't understand though, like, that's quite the difference. I did 9,440 worth of whatever that is compared to the like I mean, that's insane. That's over 10 times the next best amount. I'm like 14 times stronger than the next best player. What? How does that make any sense? I should bring my other Madoka as well, actually, because I have 2 good breakers now. That might help, actually. Yeah, I think this is one of those bosses where we're not going to be able to do anything to it until we break its shield. Most of my units are fucking dead though. And my breaker just died. Maybe it's time to actually start bringing healers. Automatic battle ends in 1 round. So not only is there a time limit on it, but there's a round limit on it as well. Okay, look, I'm nowhere near as strong as other people now. They're doing like 21,000 to my 2,000. Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, this was too. Yeah, 6. I was gonna say. Okay, that makes more sense. I did a level 9 there, though, right? I should be okay at a level 5, though, right? I think I should bring 2 breakers to this one. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah. Why is Carlos red? Is he dead? You dead, man? Yeah, my level 5 seems to be okay. I could probably do level 5 on my own, to be honest. Oh, we got some gems. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, actually, you know what? That actually is this. If this game had that from the start, I probably would have continued playing. So this is how long you've got left to join it. I think it is. So I should just join the top one then, because it has the least time left on it. I wasn't supposed to be playing this. I was supposed to be working on my game. So the other player only did 649. So we could use this as a test case to say, you know, would I have been able to do this on my own? Probably. I don't know though, because I can't remember what level. Mind you, I came close, didn't I? The one I failed on, I'm not sure what level that was. But when I was doing it on my own, the one I failed on, I came close, but it said I run out of turns. Motherfucker, or I run out of time. So I would have done it, I just couldn't do it in the time that it wanted me to do it in. But I don't know whether that was level 4 or 5. But 649 doesn't seem like that much of a contribution. But we've got 40 odd minutes though, right? So like... But am I allowed to use... See, I'm wondering, is that... I think that 46 minutes surely has got to be like how long the guild has to clear it. But then that seems kind of weird because I could end up, if I was a weak ass player that just never died, then I could make a very little contribution but eat up all the time, which would make me a terrible guild player. I'm not that, but I could be, right? So that's where that feels like a bit of a risky way to do it. Unless there's like a time limit, but surely it would tell me. Unless there's like, you know, maybe what they could have done is said, okay, you've got an hour to kill it as a guild, but each player can only, you know, do a maximum of 10 minutes. So that someone doesn't do that and eat up all the time and make very little contribution. Because you could just be shit at building teams, right? Where you've built them to survive anything, but they do very little damage, which would make you a terrible player in this game mode. Because you'd be eating up all the time and making everybody fail without really contributing anything. But that is how it looks like it works. Wait, it just said something, but I don't know what it said. I think it said your contribution to the battle has ended. But I'm still going. So I don't know. I'm sure it said that, but I'm still going, so I don't know. Alright, this is cool actually. I like this a lot. I do like this a lot. So why have I got a new play thing lit up? Oh, it was level 6 that I couldn't do, yeah. So I can do level 5 on my own. But I can almost do level 6. Is there any level 6s going? These are way too strong for me. There's 3 players on that though. 8. I didn't make much of a contribution to level 9 though. There's a level 6. But I feel like they'll do it on their own, right? Oh, maybe not. Oh wait. Yeah, level 6. Let's finish this one off. I don't know if that's a good use of 3 things. But level 6 is basically the level I can't quite do on my own. But I could build a different team. I think if I brought Madoka... I don't think Ren's that good in this fight, actually. But I think she also helps bring my score up because she does so many counterattacks. So it depends what I'm going for. Am I trying to kill bosses? Or am I trying to beat people's scores? Well, both really, but my priority should be to kill bosses. But Ren definitely helps bring my score up. Because she's constantly counterattacking and adding points to my thing without taking a turn. But I don't think she's particularly good against this boss because this boss is very shield heavy. And she's not really a shield breaker. Yeah, and I look like I came in last because I finished it off. I'm going to do a level 6 on my own. People can join. It says here round 5 though. But it says here level 6, so... Okay, it's level 6. But I think I could do this on my own with a second breaker. Don't know who I want to swap, though. I think I swapped this Madoka for Breaker Madoka. So let's copy this party. Stick it in Builder. Oh no, did it just copy from Builder? I thought I was copying to. I just lost my main team, you fucking wankers. Why would you make it do that? Ah! This is what bad interfaces do. Bad interfaces ruin everything. You fucking wankers. I just lost my #1 team. Because copy copies from to the slot you're in, not to from the slot you're in. Like from to the slot you're in. Which is the way it should work intuitively, because how else do you, in every other fucking context of copy and paste, you copy the thing and then you paste it in the destination. You don't copy from the destination and then paste it over the top of yourself like this fucking does. What a bunch of dumbass pieces of shit. I'm so mad. Right, I think this is close to what my party used to be. Match party 1. So select a party 2 copy. Match party 1. Put that in my current copy. Right, that's not quite right because we had better things than that. But it was close. Right, this one wants increased defense, 20%. That's probably the highest, I think. I suppose I need to check all these now. Right, defense 20. We're looking for defense stack of the highest we can find. I think 20% probably is it. Which is that one. There might have been a higher one at some point. That one's 12. This is going to take me ages to fix this now. Fucking assholes. Absolute assholes. I think 20% is the highest I have right now in defense portraits. This is so fucking stupid. Yeah, considering they get the interface so right inside the battles, the interface is so shit outside the battles that it ruins it. Defense 7.5. Yeah, defense 20% seems to be my strongest one, so she did have the right portrait. Okay, but I need to check. Right, what does she have? Crit damage by 15%. This fucking portrait thing is so bad. Right, there's two 15%. This one can be enhanced further though. That's probably the best one now. We lose 9%, we lose 9 defense, but we gain 12 HP and 167 attack. That's, yeah, and now it's 22.5. Okay, so that's a better one for her now. Yes. Ren, what has Ren got? Increase attack by 15%. She should have a speed buff. Right, we've got speed at 15. I want the fastest speed one for her. Actually, I don't know if speed helps. No, speed doesn't help her counter attack, does it? Okay, what did she have? We could give a crit by 15%. Attack by 15%. Yeah, let's just give her an overall attack buff. Attack by 15%. 15% is the strongest I've seen so far. There's a 20% one. Okay, so 20%. Oh no, her ailment rate is good on her actually. Okay, let's try this one because she's like she has a debuffer essentially. This is probably the best one for her, I think. Yeah, I think I give her this one. Okay, she wants crit rate apparently. Crit rate 10%. I'm sure there's a better one now. Crit rate 10%. Is there a stronger one? What does she have now? Oh shit, that was Ren's. I guess I swapped it back around. Crit rate 10%. This is so badly fucking... The fact that you have to manually click them all like this is so dumb. It's so stupid. There's another crit rate by 10% there, but this one isn't even leveled yet. This one's probably the best one. Now that's 15%. Okay, so we've got a new winner. 15% crit rate is better than 10. This is so dumb. Crit rate by 2.5. That one's pretty shit. Okay, I think it's going to be the 15% one. Yeah, it's the 15% one. Where the fuck is that? I can't remember where it was. Now I've got to find the fucking thing again. Jesus Christ. This is so shit! Why is this like this? Is this the best you can do? What a shit fucking interface. Ooh, players should have to click manually and read every single description on every single portrait with no way to sort, no way to search. No logic to it. And we'll have 1 million portraits. Yeah, what a great idea. Who thought that up? Fucking Captain No Brain. Fucking know it. It's going to be a +5, right? Mind we've got a lot of +5s. It's going to be a +5. I've gone past it. Where is it? I leveled it and it went to crit rate 15%. Also, no, 5's different. So it should be +5 then, right? Because that's the thing that levels up at the bottom. Right, it went all the way up there. No wonder I couldn't fucking find it. Fucking knob joggies. Right. That's her. And then what's she got, Madoka? On light attack, increased damage by 15%. I feel like we've got better ones now. 15% damage increase. There are some overall damage increases that I think go higher than that. His attack 20% might be better. On light damage, increase attack by 9.5%, but it's only at enhancement level 2. Increase. See, I don't know how high these go. Increase damage by 5%, but I don't know what that level's up to. And I only have so many. I only have so many fucking mats, so I don't. It's not like I can afford to level everything. I don't really know what would be good on her. I mean, this one is like 10% at level 0. I feel like that might scale quite high. Should I level this one up? Let's see what this goes to. It's 15%. I'll just give it that. I don't fucking give a shit. Oh, those stats are pretty shit though. I think the light attack one was better. Also, look at this one. 20% attack. That seems way better, and they have way better stats. Let's just give it this one. Okay, that'll do. So that'll be my new... I guess my new highest overall team, maybe. But also, these don't make any sense. Like, this one makes sense here. This one doesn't make sense here, because she increases speed. If anyone's speed needs increasing, I would... Oh, that one increases break effect though. Madoka would be better off with the speed buff, I think. Or maybe even Hamura. But Ren doesn't benefit from speed because she mainly counter-attacks anywhere. And speed doesn't affect counter-attack. So I feel like the speed one would be better off given to... So let's upgrade her while we're here. So what's it asking me? Who do I want to give her to? Increased damage dealt to enemies with at least one debuff. Yeah, that makes more sense on Ren. To swap them over. Right, why is this my view? This view makes no sense. I want to move you onto Ren. So what do? I click that, but now she's not available because this interface sucks. Okay, maybe she is. There we go. Then that'll swap her off there. Now, does it give the other one to the other one or not? Probably not. No, it doesn't. It leaves her naked. So we want to now put... Who is it we just lost? Speed Girl. Speed Girl to Madoka. Okay. Yeah, that seems better. And now I want to copy this team. See, it took me that long to fix a bad UI fucking bug. I want to copy team 1 to this team. So this feels completely counterintuitive, but apparently this is how you do it. And that will put this... Yeah, that will wipe out the team I'm on with the team I'm telling it to copy. Which again is just counterintuitive, right? That's not how you copy and paste in any other fucking application ever. But, oh, we have to be different. God damn it. Right, whatever. So who are we swapping? Do we want to swap Ren? I do feel like Ren is probably the least useful against this fight. This boss, if I'm being honest. But I said I was going to swap other Madoka, but ironically, other Madoka is my strongest unit. Actually, she's not anymore. Ren is now. So what the hell did I have on my Madoka before? Because my Madoka was the strongest unit before, but now she's like, look at how far behind she is from Ren. I feel like Madoka lost a lot of power somewhere. Whatever. Put Break Madoka here, because I feel like a second breaker would make more sense. And give her a portrait that increases break effect. 30% is fucking huge. These stats go down, but 30% is fucking huge. I think I'd give her the 30%. Shit, I didn't mean to move you. 30%. Yeah, I think 30% is as high as it's gonna go. Okay, give her the 30%. break effect boost now. There we go. So even though my overall power level went down, we now have 2 strong breakers. Wait, what the fuck? What are you doing here? I moved you. Oh my god. Why is she there? I told... Okay, I don't even know how that happened. Now why... Is that the portrait you're supposed to have? Crit rate 15%. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I feel like this team can do it. On my own. Maybe I could also swap Ren for a healer. But we have a limited number of moves. No, yeah, that's the reason why I won't do that. Okay, if you think about it, the reason I failed last time wasn't because I couldn't survive, so a healer wouldn't help me. The reason I didn't do it last time is because I didn't kill it quickly enough. That's why the double breaker makes sense. Alright, let's go. Maybe I should have took Time Girl with me, actually. Maybe Time Girl would make more sense than Ren. Okay, so we should be able to break the shield pretty quick. Hello, Pika. So you came back to Madoka for some coding ideas. Well, I was looking mostly at the interface, but the game did suck me into a new mode. And I didn't intend for that to happen. But yeah, it did. But that's why this game is good. This game is good. This is a good game. This was the game that really inspired me to make iDLE, to be honest. To actually make it an RPG. Because I already knew I was going to make a live service gacha game, because that was like my the big thing I wanted to learn from my next game. And I'd already learned a lot of that in the game before it, but I wanted to like solidify that. And so this game was like, okay, well yeah, I think I'll make an RPG, because I was already considering that anyway. Yeah, we broke its shield already. Maybe we shouldn't have let her do her ult though, because when its shield comes back, we probably would have been better off with that. Someone's joined now as well though, so it's like, I wanted to see if I could do this one on my own. That shield's back already, that's a bitch. Automatic battle ends in 1 round. What the fuck? That's some bullshit. Okay, so I did need help then. So I don't understand how did I do so much worse with 2 breakers? The maximum battle duration was reached. And this motherfucker overtook me. I'm so mad. I hate this game now. No, I hate this game. This game's bullshit. That doesn't make any sense though, like how I did so much worse with 2 breakers when this boss can't be damaged until you get rid of its shield. It doesn't make any sense. I'm actually kind of mad about it. Okay, I should join the one with only 45 minutes left on it. Oh, that one's only got 36 minutes on it. It's got 4 players though. Alright, I'll jump in this one. I'm gonna go pee. How do you make 2 contribution? How is that even possible? What did you do? Go run up and flick it on the nose? This player flicked the boss on the nose. Unless he got like disconnected or something. But even 1 attack from me will generate at least like 15 contribution. So like 2 contribution is very, very impressive. Also, why did you join a level 6 fight if you can only contribute 2 contribution per damage? That's insane to me. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. Yeah, we won! I was 4th. I would have been higher, but they killed it too quickly. Okay, I know I said I was going to pee. I really do need a pee. I just want to find another level 6 to load into before I do. Oh, there's no level 6s? Okay, I guess I could do a level 5. Fine, I'll do a level 5. Whoa. Yeah. Whew, I sorry about that. First place, that's what I like to see. I haven't got any level 6s. Oh, there's a level 6 there. This is starting to look like me procrastinating on doing work. I'm very, very aware. It's very cool how they animate that as well. If you look at the UI, when these things like pop up and then go back down, they're not just single frame animations either. There's a transition on them. $752. Okay, I should stop now. Or I'm never going to get any work done. Oh, we have 5 of these. It's never gold.
Yeah, I've got my stomach out for you.
No.
Just chewable ones, I think.
Mm. Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. And 4 of these. I get 3 of these. Okay, looks like they are actually being a little bit more generous with pulls. But it's one of these games where you need like 200 pulls to get anything guaranteed. And pity does not carry over. It's one of those, you know, you must do 200 pulls in a row so you can buy it out the shop. And we won't let you carry it over. It's just like the worst fucking monetization system ever for free-to-players and low spenders. It's just disgusting. So as much as I think Hoyo's 50-50 is predatory as fuck, at least the carrying over of pity is what makes that system the better system out of the two. And if you think about it, like, you know, a maximum of 80 or 90 pulls with a 50-50 chance of it ending there is still better than having to do 200 fucking pulls, right? And not being able to carry it over. God, after all that, I still never actually spent my energy. I don't really need anything, that's the problem. I was still farming tower. I don't really know what to farm. I guess I'll just farm... Why is this lit up? Because there's a new difficulty. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do it though, am I? And if I do, it'll take all day. Yeah, this thing is too much of a time sink, too much of a time waste. I think I'll just, for now, I'll just farm this general fucking level up shit. Even though I don't need it. Just so I can spend energy and get the... I think that'll give me some kind of, yeah, this. This. And this. And this. Oh yeah, also because they did raise the level cap now. But level cap is tied directly to like a count level. It means I can only level as high as 106 right now until I go beyond level 106. No, I don't want to do that. I'm trying to get Madoka's level to the max so that I can get... There's only 2 achievements I don't have on Steam for this game. And one of them is to reach max level on one of these friendship things, which I think goes to 50. We got it to 42. And the other one is to clear... actually, I can't remember what the other one was. Actually, I might only be missing that one achievement now. Can't remember. Let's see if I can figure it out. Yeah, I'm only missing that one achievement, which is to get that friendship level at 50. So once I get that achievement, reach level 50 with any magical girl, then I have 100% achievements. So that's why I'm just trying to get Madoka to 50 so I can get it. Because we have 3 versions of Madoka, so she'd be the most beneficial one to level up first, I think. And I really would like to get this one, but it's not going to happen. Shop, new. Okay, with 2,000 we can get... Okay, we can do another pull or whatever out of that, I think. 2 pulls. I don't know whether the portraits are any good. Yeah, I really don't know. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was just about to do, which I just forgot. I should get the first copy of the portrait is always... Yeah, they're only... I've got tons of these, actually. I should probably just get these. And then these are always like worth getting. I still don't even know what these do, if I'm being honest. They might be related to the new gem system thing. And then it's normally worth getting like just these orbs. Where's the green one? I just saw the green one. Orange. Okay, I think that's everything. I need 2,000 to get the key. Halfway there. Oh, I only need... Oh, that's a shame. I only need 5 of those. Probably won't get lucky. I guess I should I can only afford 2 though, can I? I could afford 1 of those or 2 of those. Well, if I get 2 of those, I only need... Yeah, I'm very close to getting, like, another pull on that banner, actually, which will give me a guaranteed SSR, I think. So I guess I'll prioritize that. What else does this stuff do? I could get another one there. Yeah, we're very close, actually. I bet if I do Tower, I can get my next one from Tower. And then I guess I could get an orb. I should probably prioritize these still. Oh shit, that's not the one where you can get a... No, that is how you get the characters. Kind of. Yeah, that's everything, I think. Alright, so the next thing I should do... I can't believe I'm just playing this game all day. I'm not meaning to. You have to believe me. So the next thing I should do, I think... I don't know why event... Why is event lit up? I did event. I did it! I did it! Didn't I? Oh, I didn't do that one. No, because we already did it. I think. Ah, you son of a bitch. My god, this game is eating all my day up. Right, what I do want to do though, there's a new main story as well. Fuck, I should be doing this later. I should be doing this now. Okay, why is that still lit up? I did everything, yo. I didn't do archive apparently. What do you mean? I ended up, this is where I accidentally spent my fucking gems actually. It's because this one's new and it wants me to do it. But I can't unless there's bits I missed in here. There is one I missed in here. I think it's... Oh my god. It's because I'm trying to speed run through everything. Because I actually want to work on my game. Genshin are doing a new test recruitment for their UGC Wonderland game mode if you're interested in trying it out before it released in a future version of Genshin. I am interested. It does look really, really cool. I can't wait to jump into it, but I don't want to play it before it's ready. I'm too busy. I'm getting mad at myself right now just for playing this because I'm not trying to play this. I came in here to get some interface ideas because I really like the interface in the battle, but then you know how these games are. It's like, oh, I need to do this, I need to do that, and before you know it, we're coming up to 3 hours and I'm not even trying to play this right now. But this shows that the game is doing a lot better than it was. Like, there's actually stuff to do now. But I shouldn't be doing it now. I should be doing my game. But I just want to... Right, I want to do the maximum number of refreshes that it'll let me do so that I can gain XP so I can get my characters at a higher level. Because the only place I'm missing power right now is... I should have done some gems because I bet some of my characters could be leveled. I should have saved some of those for gems. It's too late now. Yeah, so I could check my training and some of these characters. I don't want to be in this list. This one's the worst list. Go to assign. Go to assign. And as I click the characters, they should tell me which ones can be leveled. And it appears none of them can. Probably because I need the gems now. So that's capped by, yeah, by account level. The skills I think that might be capped by constellation. Yeah, I think you need the 3-star constellation to unlock here and 5-star constellation to unlock here. Yeah, that makes this game quite predatory actually. But there was something that I can level, magic level, that's what it is. Okay, so it's these things that I'm going to start needing apparently. So why won't it let me do this one right now? Unlocks at Kyoko level 110. Right, so everything that's capping me right now is the Kyoko level. And this is capped by my account level. So I think, yeah, I reckon everybody's probably at that stage and that's probably why. I mean, she'll level up. I could do, because it's going to be a while before I hit level 110. Yeah, she's quite good actually. She's a good defender. Go on then, I'll do her. But my main units, my favourite units are actually... My favourite units are actually capped by that level 110 thing. Oh, she's not, apparently. There we go. We do use her actually. This is what I wanted to check, just see who I can level up. Okay, my breaker will level. Nice. My favourite breaker. Anybody else? New breaker Madoka. Yeah, sure. And I think I'm stuck now. That's free Madoka. We don't use her anymore. And then these are all like trash characters really. Well, maybe not all of them, but she'll level up. Trash, 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 trash. Okay, that's about as high as it'll go. I did get some more pulls though, didn't I? Yeah, I did. He's supposed to, if you're interested in signing up. No, like I said, I'm not. I don't have time. I'm excited for it. I'll check it out. Like I'm actually looking forward to trying it out. But I'll just wait till everybody else plays it. But thank you for letting me know, in case I did want to. But yeah, there's just not enough. I don't have enough time right now. Yeah.
That was a fella in.
Oh, lovely! I love popcorn.
Behind us in the queue in Morrison's. The woman told him off. And I said, I am finished yet. He started putting his stuff.
Right, so yeah, big surprise we didn't get anything. Chamber of Lies. Unless we can get 50 off here. Probably not, because you only get 10 at a time. I think we'll get 20 because we unlock 2 portraits. Is my guess. Yeah, there's 10. And there's the other 10. Yeah, the pull rate is just like in Infinity Nikki where it takes nearly 200 pulls for a fully upgraded 5-star outfit. Yeah, I don't find it as bad in Infinity Nikki, to be honest, because Infinity Nikki are quite generous with their pulls. And I think that's the big difference. I mean, the same's true for Tower of Fantasy if you think about it. Tower of Fantasy, you need, although I think it's 120, isn't it? You need 120 tokens for the shop. Now, to be fair, every 10 pulls you're gonna get, I think, do you get an extra one back or something for the 4 stars? So technically, it's probably more like 90 pulls. I think it works out to. So it's about the same as Genshin. Except Genshin has the 50-50 where you can't buy one out of the shop if you lose the 50-50. So that's why it's so much better than Genshin. But also Tower of Fantasy is just quite generous with its pulls, and so is Infinity Nikki, to be honest. That's why I do feel like people were a little unfair to Infinity Nikki, the way they boycott it as hard as they did. Yeah, news alert. Gacha's predatory and water is wet, But like you compare it to like especially the Japanese gacha games like Uma Musume and this, yeah, those games are way more fair than these, I think. And well, I can prove it because if you look at the characters that I have in Tower of Fantasy and you look at how much I actually play that game, it doesn't take that much to get those. I don't have to play religiously. I don't have to. If it requires too much time or too much money, then it's predatory. It's not free to play friendly. But Infinity Nikki really doesn't. I play that game casually and I haven't spent money and I still managed to get the 2 latest 5-star outfits and the 4-star ones that I wanted. And I haven't spent money and I haven't put that much time into it and I've enjoyed my time in it. So I do think Infinity Nikki maybe got boycotted a bit too hard. But on the other hand, it was nice to see a community actually stand up and say, no, this is too much, stop it. And, actually fight back a little bit. But I also think, Infinity Nikki isn't one of the worst games when it comes to monetization and, predatory practices, if I'm being honest. You've just got to be somewhat economical and, frugal with your paid currency, with your free currency. So yeah, the numbers on their own don't mean a lot, right? It all depends on. It doesn't matter how much it costs for a pull, because it's up to the developers what that is worth, and it's worth the artificial scarcity amount that is handled also by the developers, right? So all you got to do is imagine I released a game that cost 10 currency to do a pull. You might think, oh my god, that game is so free to play friendly. It only costs 10 currency to do a pull. But what if I only give you 1 currency a month? What if I only give you 1 currency every month as a free to play? Then it's going to take you 10 months to do a pull. That's ridiculous. So even though that sounds good, oh my god, it only costs 10 per currency a pull. If I only give you 1 currency a month, it's going to take you 10 months to do 1 pull. Right? So it's not good then, is it? So that's what I mean, right? They can make those numbers mean whatever they want them to mean. So you can't judge it off the numbers alone. You need to see. That's why when you ask me these questions like, is it free to play friendly? What would you rate it out of 10? It's very hard to say until you've really, had a full taste of everything. Because you also have this thing. You weren't here, but I drew this thing. This is how gacha games are made, right? You have 4 or 5 years of development for the hook, and this is the main content, the thing that hooks you in, right? So this would be like Genshin's Mondstadt and Liyue. This would be like Tower of Fantasy's Asperia. This would be Honkai Star Rail's, starter level and everything else like that. And then it falls into this end game, and this only has a 6-week cycle. So yeah, you kind of need to be in this part, and you're purposefully time gated from getting to this part because it takes time to hook you in, right? So they're trying to get you hooked into the game before you hit this end point. And then when you hit the end point, then you'll start to get a better feel of what is this game going to be like to play long term as a live service game. because this is kind of essentially like, you know, 4 or 5 years of development time of like one time only single player type content. So you've got new story, new areas, new rewards, new characters, everything's new and shiny, treasure chests all over Mondstadt. You remember what it was like starting Genshin, right? Treasure chests all over Mondstadt, new puzzles to do, rewards coming in left, right and center, new story, new characters, new domains, new levels to unlock, stronger artifacts, stronger weapons. Everything's like new and shiny, right? And that's on purpose to hook you in. But then once you reach like, you know, 2 months in or whatever, and you realize, okay, so there's nothing to do. And, you know, I've got to do these daily commissions and, you know, all the rewards have dried up. And there's no new story and there's no new content. And I've got to wait for the next patch and that's 6 weeks away. And then we'll get a new area. Like, that's when you sort of know what it's like to play the game as a live service game. Because when you're in this phase, it's difficult to tell because you can't obviously see the future. And so it's even difficult to know how generous the game is until you get to that state. Because they can be as generous as they want in the hook. They could give you... You could make a game that's like, hey, you can get 5 SSR characters. Right? Within 4 weeks. And you might think, oh, the game's so generous. But then when you get to here, they might be like, okay, 1 pull a month. That's all you're getting. 1 pull a month. And it takes 1,000 pulls to get an SSR. Right? Now suddenly the game's not so generous, is it? But they got you in like this. And then they leave you in here. And that's pretty much Uma Musume. That is literally Uma Musume right there. They let you do lots of pulls in the start, hook you in, and now it's like impossible to get a character or anything. It's so stingy. A lot of Japanese games are like this. A lot of Japanese gacha games are like this. Right, let's leave this because I'm playing this later on. So I need to have a look at that UI, of which I took a screenshot. Here it is. Okay, so I really like this. I like this character card, and we have 4. I like everything about it. I like the layout. I like the whole shape of it. Everything about this is great. So what we can do to sort of use this as a, let's grab both. Well, let's grab 2 of these. This is going to be tricky to pull off, actually. Okay, what we're going to do, we're just going to grab one of these, the one that's active, and we're going to copy it into a new image. And it's always better to scale up than down, so we're going to make it 350. What? All right. Okay, so what we want to do, we can use our shape tool. So ours is quite square, so we want to increase the radius. I'm just going to try and do my own version of this, but match it as closely to this as possible, because I do really, really like this UI. Yeah, that's a bit closer. That's a bit closer. Yeah, so what we can do is we can map out the shapes. It's probably a good place to start. So we have this main shape here. So I'm just going to rasterize that. Turn it into Bob Marley. And we're going to call this main icon. Okay, we've got a main icon shape. We don't need that. So then I'm just going to change the color so we can see what we're doing. And then we have the secondary shape, which is here, which is like a, this is like the meter, right? The charge meter for the ult. And I really do like that. Okay. So I'm going to rasterize this one as well. I'm going to call this ult charge. Our ultimate charge. Okay, so now we have a space for the ult charge and a space for the character icon. Then we've got this circle here, and this represents the element or the weapon type, I think. That one's weapon type in this, but we could show the element. I think the element might make more sense there, actually. Or that might be the icon for this, which is like action type breaker. Yeah, that's probably the breaker's icon. Yeah, that's the attacker icon. That's the healer icon because the heart. So this must be the buffer icon. But since we already, because I do like this, since we already say what they do along the side, which I quite like that. I don't think it makes sense to show necessarily that. So in their UI, they don't show the elements, but they show the fighting type, and they show the rarity along the corner here. I quite like that. Okay, so where I'm going to diverge slightly is I think it makes more sense to show the element here. Let's actually get a circle. So I think it makes more sense to show the element here, and then we can show what that unit does. So I'm going to call that the element. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit more. Let's fit it on the screen, actually. There we go. And then they have the rarity. I do like this. They have rarity here. And then they have the attack type here. And then we've got a health bar. So let's go with green. No, that's the wrong shape. So we have the health bar here. And then they just kind of put the number of the health there. Even this is really cool. It's just a subtle little UI effect where they just put a little ring around, like a little magical halo ring around the character that's currently acting. It's really cool. I do really like the UI in the battles. It's a shame the UI sucks everywhere else. Yeah, this is a really nice layout, actually. Alright, and then we have health numbers, which we would put... That needs to be dynamic, so that would need to be a text object. The rarity we need to do something with. So what we can do is, I think we have a 5-star. If we go into iDLE UI, I think there's something in here with the rarity. Yeah, we have a single star, image star rank, but we also have some stars next to each other. I thought I saved that as a template actually. I might have it in my project resources. No. No, I don't. Let's have a look at this one. How big is it? Yeah, it's not very big at all. It's very small. So we need this one, I think. Okay, so what we could do is grab that. So the first thing to do is to pick a size. I think that size is good. And then what we can do is copy the new size so we have access to it. And then when we go back to this, I'm just going to use that as a guide. And we want to rotate each star so that it follows the shape of our circle. So let's bring the circle up actually. Let me just undo that. So there's our main icon circle. So we can see the contour of our icon. Where is my star? That one's the one on top. So where's the new one? That's the new one. Okay. So now we can sort of rotate it to follow the contour. And all we do is we just make 5 stars, and then we'll just keep one of them on a separate layer so that we can basically make it either 5-star or 4-star. So now we have 4 stars, which is where we'd stop if it was a 4-star unit. Let's just make sure that everything looks good. This one looks off to me. It's too rotated. That looks better. Yeah, I think that looks better. And I think that one. I think what might help is if we say no fill, you could draw like, I'm not sure what that contour, what the radius was on that. What I'm trying to do is give myself a line so that we have something to line the top of the star up with. But what we need to do is make that thicker. But we need to make sure it works as an offset to the main thing. Okay, so what we could do is if we grab that main icon, we can expand the selection. It's too much. There we go, 12. And then we can modify it into a border of 4. Then we just create a new layer. And then we can just paste a line. Let's make it red or purple. And what this line will do, it ended up being red. That's fine. So doing my talking now in these modes can be quite frustrating when you don't mean to go into them. Since if you leave before you finish it, they make you start all over from the beginning, which is quite annoying. Instead, that's not why I'm just easily distracted, I think. Yeah, it's not like, that's not how that game works. I know what you mean, some games do that. No, it's not that kind of thing where like, oh, if you don't do it all right now, then you lose your progress. I'm just, you know, I just let myself get distracted too easily from it, I think. Right, so now we have a nice guide, right? We can see where the top of the star should line up to keep it as a border, as a consistent border around the thing. So this is nice little guide for us to work with. So this is the second star. I just want to put these in order. That's the first star, that's the second star. Okay, that's the third star, and that's the fourth star. Okay, beautiful. So we can now line the stars, the top of this star up with that line to make sure it actually is where it should be. So actually that first star, I would say, probably wants to be rotated ever so slightly in that direction. Even that second one's not quite right. There. Okay, and then that fourth one, now we know where it goes. Kind of goes there. And it wants rotating a little bit like that. Okay, so now we've got our 4 stars that look great. And so they want to be made part of the same stars. So I'm going to call that 4 stars. And then we're going to grab our 5th star. So it's on a separate layer. Now we have a line to use as a guide. Yeah, I think that's about right. If we zoom out, that looks pretty good. That does look pretty good. Okay. So this will be our 5 star. So that way we can save. Help if I could spell. Star has 1 T. Why aren't you letting me rename it, Photoshop? There. 5 star, right. So now we have 2 variations. We can save the 4 star version and the 5 star version. Okay, beautiful. I might need that guide back at some point, so I'm just going to call this the border guide. Let me turn it off for now. There will be a shield gauge that isn't visible right now because we didn't have a shield up. But if we did have a shield up, there is a smaller shield gauge underneath the main health bar. didn't mean for that to be black. So it would be something like that. Okay, so we've got health bar, shield bar, element. We've got a 4-star and our 5-star. Let's save this for now in our project resources. Character turn. Okay. So what we can start to do now is we can start dealing with each one of these elements. I guess the way they've done it really is they've kind of made the element, well, that's kind of subtle. They've kind of tried to make the background of the character reflect the element. And I suppose the colour of the alt, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense actually. Yeah, the colour of the alt charge bar kind of shows you what element they are. So you can see that this one is water, this one is water, this one is forest, this one is fire. And she's light, but you can't see that until it charges. So the one we're talking now in these mods, oh yeah, I read that one. When I was playing the new Sim story in Tower Fantasy, it bugged out. Yeah, you mentioned that. When defeating the guards, so 4 would go down, but the 5th one stayed alive and was able to take so much more damage than the other 4 guards. I don't really remember it. I was only half paying attention when I did it, I think. So I probably just one-shot them and didn't think about it. But yeah, maybe you got a bug. Right, the thing I'm curious about is how we're going to pull this little animation part off. We also need those class types adding. Yeah, this is going to be quite tricky. Quite tricky indeed. Because I think we're going to need to add UI masking in order to pull this off, but I'm not very familiar with UI masking and exactly how it works. Right, here's what I think we do. Here's what I think we do. I think we start by saving this as a guide to work on. So we're going to save this directly into the UI. I'm in project resources, aren't I? Yeah, I am. I want to be in the project. So I'm going to call this character turn guide. We're going to start here. I'm going to load up the project. Okay. I could make it part of turn order, I guess. Let's call it character badges, and we'll put a grid layout group on here. So what we want to start by doing is we want to add 4 iterations of that character turn guide. We want it to be a fixed raw count of 1. Probably want way more spacing between these. That's the maximum expanded version. Seems quite big though. Something like that is probably better. Our turn order icons, as you can see, actually goes all the way down to there, so we should probably budget over there a little bit. Okay. The element is supposed to be a circle, so we're still not quite tall enough for that to look like a circle. But this is the expanded version, right? So we have 2 versions. So even though that is taking up quite a lot of screen space right now, it's not too bad. That will be the... Only one of these icons will be up like this, and then the other icons will be in a down state. Yeah, I really like their UI. Am I copying Madoka's UI? Goddamn right I am. Yeah, I really like it. I think it's the best one I've ever seen. I copied a Theory Restart's party select system. If you look at my party select, it's basically a Theory Restart's party select system because I really liked it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with copying other things when they're good and they work. I think that's fine. It's difficult to see. I did something bad. I'm a bad boy. No, all I mean is this grey happens to be the exact same grey as the Unity default background. So it makes this hard to see. So let's change the colour of that. Where is that? Main icon. Should update in a second. I don't know actually. No, because I saved the Photoshop version, which was in the other folder. So I got to do all of that again. It's a pain in the ass. Assets. UI. Character turn guide. Okay. Replace. There we go. Okay. Yeah, now I can actually see where the thing is. Okay, that's much better. Now, originally my plan was to use these avatar icons. I think that's fine. So for testing purposes, if we grab I didn't mean to do that, I meant to do that. So we'll grab a character icon here. So I think what this needs to do is we need to use this shape as a character as a UI mask. So the way I think we do that is we grab I have to be really careful how I do this. This will save me jumping in and out of the folders later. What we essentially do is we turn this to white because white means 100% visibility, and then we invert the selection and we make it black because black means 0% visibility. So this now can become a mask. So if we go to character turn mask 1, right, here's what we can do. Now the horns are kind of cut off there. So the image needs to be bigger than the image that we're masking. Like the image, sorry, the image that we're masking needs to be bigger. Might not be able to use these icons because they might be too low res. I don't know, that might work. Right, so what we should be able to do is place an icon like this, and then what we do is we these were grid viewed though, so because they were grid viewed, you'll see what I did is I made the image the scale it wanted to be through the grid layout, and then I turned the grid layout off. So what that means is as I duplicate image 4, we can now make this the image mask because it's already set to the size that image 4 was. So now when we set the UI mask, it stays in the same place at the same shape. So see if I can remember how this works. How the fuck does this work? Maybe I want the mask on the other one. Oh, it might be that masks work using alpha. Okay, I think what I need to do is I need to create a material. And I'm going to call it UI mask. Although oh, I can't use a standard one like that. Okay, so then this one wants to be image character icon mask. So it's like character icon mask. Then if I set the image mask to character icon mask, I think I know why it's not working. It's not working because we're not using alpha as transparency, we're using black and white, but you have to set that up on the material. So we can set the image mask to the material, and then I think, is it on the material options where we say black and white transparency cut out? I thought it was on here. Specular. Maybe it's on the texture. Maybe it's on the texture. Okay, I think it's on the texture actually. Fade out to grey. There's an option in here somewhere. From grayscale. There it is. Okay. How the fuck do you do this? This is so annoying. It is doing the font from grayscale like scale. I don't have the mask on it though. There we go. Yeah. Okay, I figured it out. Okay, so you'll see now that wherever we put our icon underneath, it actually gets cropped within that range. So that now becomes a nice little frame for our image underneath, which is pretty cool. But given that our image could have something in the middle, we're going to have to make sure that the bounds of the image are bigger than the frame, otherwise it'll get cut off inside the frame, which we don't want. So the thing that's worrying me is I feel like Nozomi's head's a little bit too big in there. But we can make special graphics for this if we need to. Okay, so now what we have is a crop for the icon. So whichever icon we load in there will get cropped correctly. So that's nice. But we have just a plain white background because of our mask, right? And we don't want it to look plain white. It's going to look kind of boring. But that's also because Nozomi's face is against a plain... It's alpha transparency, so it's a transparent image. So we have two options now. We either create a third layer, which I don't really want to do, which acts as the background, which also gets masked underneath Nozomi, for example. Or we could make special icons for these icons. We could make special images for these icons where the backgrounds are made as part of the icon. That one's probably going to make it easier, but once it's done, it's done. So we can't change that. We can't separate it. If we wanted to like animate it or change the color or make it glow or do anything fancy, we can't, because it's all part of the same image. But I don't think I would want to do that anywhere. When you need to change the color of your character icon background so it doesn't mix in with that color. Yeah, the problem is, so there's two ways of handling transparency in these game engines. One is alpha is transparency, which means the alpha value of the color, which is a transparency value, represents the transparency. But in a lot of older applications, which I was used to using with like iClone, you can have grayscale transparency where white is fully on and black is fully off. So that's like the old way of doing it. So I'm kind of used to doing it the old way. But in Unity, at least in modern Unity, you have to set that texture up specifically to let it know that that's how you want it to work. Because most people just use alpha channels now. And I use alpha channels myself, funny enough. But I find masking easier to work with black and white because it's easy to see where it's on and where it's off. I don't know, I just think that's like more intuitive, I guess. Yeah, I think we also want some kind of frame around that shape so that it's not quite so on and off. I might just make a second layer underneath because we only have 3 elements. So if I do a second layer underneath, it's pretty easy to pull off. Because all I need to do is go back to this shape here, create a new layer, and then decide what color represents what element. And some of them are kind of like obvious. Is that the one I just made? I think it is. So if I use my gradient tool, for example, and let's go with something like that. Just trying to make it look good. That's fine. Then I can just have red for fire, make a fiery looking one. I think something like that would be good for fire. Blue is water. Probably more this way. And green is like ice. Greeny bluey kind of color. Something like that. So then I should be able to just duplicate one of these, stick it there, load the element. There we go, and it's still masked. Yeah, so now I can pick the element, element BG, background. I could do BK. And if she was water, I could just change it to the watercolor. And that way our characters will have the correct background depending on what element they are. So that's quite nice. But I still need... But she is fire, so... Give her fire. I think she's fire. I can't remember. I think she is fire. Right, so now we need like a frame for this shape. So if we go back to our images, you can select that, create new layer, character frame, select that as a border, 3 pixels, let's say. Now because that's masked, we're not going to see much of that, so actually it wants to be a bit more. But I don't want it to look too thick. Yeah, that's fine. 5 is fine, I think. Where's the original character icon? Did I delete it? I think I turned the character icon. Yeah, I think I turned the character icon into the mask, which is kind of unfortunate. It's fine. But it is a little bit unfortunate. Okay. And then whatever I want the border to be, I think I'm happy with just a plain white, to be honest. And then we'll just give it a 1 pixel stroke of black. Not a big fan of the... That doesn't actually affect how it... how it blends. Huh. The blending must be on a separate layer or something. I don't really want the anti-aliasing effect. I just want it to be plain black and white. That's kind of annoying. It also looks kind of weird. I don't like how it looks like it's thinner here and it's thicker here. It looks like a fucking straw. It looks like a bendy straw. I actually don't like that. Let's start again. I don't like that. We might get a better effect if we expand instead by like 3. Okay, because then what we can do is we can select that layer, make that white, go back and select that part, go back to this and then delete it from here. Have we got feathering? We've got anti-aliasing. Yeah. This is why. Okay. There we go. That looks way better. And give it a stroke of 1. Looks less like a bendy straw now. That looks way better. And now we don't have that blending anti-aliasing effect, which I didn't like. And we could even like, we could turn that into a thing if we wanted to. Like a gradient. Might look better actually. Where it's like lighter at the top and a little bit darker at the bottom. Maybe that's too much. Just so it's subtly, slightly, you know, gives it a bit of depth. Yeah, that looks good. Oh yeah, I like that. Alright, so let's save that as the frame. I just realized something though. I think in order to pull off the animation that they've done, we have to be very clever about this. Because I think the way they've done it, and I'm not sure exactly how I would do it, is they've animated the straight. So let me show you what they've done. Is if you wanted to do it in Photoshop, what you would do is you would grab this and you would push it down like that, but you push it so that the straights like merge, right? Otherwise you get these like sticky up bits, right? So when it goes to small word, because it's not that character's turn, so in order to do that, what you have to do is you have to separate the straight from the top half and the bottom half. So essentially you have three sections like this. So what you're able to do then is you can shrink this vertically as you push this down and you push that down. Because if you shrink the whole thing vertically, it warps. You see how it's warped? Because it's not the same thickness at the top and the bottom now that it is at the sides, because we stretched the entire frame, and that's not what we do. In order to animate it the way they have, you need to stretch only the middle, because there's nothing that can distort there because it's all verticals. So now that's nice and straight, and then you push this down to meet that. But you can't do that unless you separate this into three sections. Maybe you don't even need to, no, you do need to separate it into three sections because you can't stretch the bottom. Yeah, you do. You do. Okay, so that creates a bit of a problem. So how do we do that? Let me show you how we do that. I've never done this in my life, but I'm just thinking in real time. I suspect the way to do this I'm going to call this separate third. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw a section where the straight starts and ends roughly. It doesn't have to be exact, as long as it's roughly. And we're just going to fill this whatever color we want, just so we can select it easily. 50% gray is fine. So now if we want the top half, we can go to this layer and say, this please, if I'm on the magic wand, and now we get the top half. This please, and now we get the middle section. This please, and now we get the bottom section. So this just lets me select the three sections, right? God, this is super fucking awkward. Because we'd have to do the same thing with the mask as well. Okay, yeah, there's no two ways around it. Okay, so here's how we do it. We need to separate the mask into thirds, and we need to separate the border into thirds. And if there's anything that's going with it, we need to also separate those into thirds. But I don't think there is anything going with it that we can't overlay as an element separately in Unity. So I think we're okay. I think we just need the mask and the frame. So which one is our frame and which one is our mask? This one is our frame. But because we're using... Right, this isn't going to work, and I'll tell you why. We're using stroke, so as soon as we chop this up, we're going to get a stroke where we chopped it up. And so the way we get around that is we need to rasterize this as one layer. And the way we do that is we select all and we copy merged, and then we hide that layer. Well, we don't need to hide it because we need to use it as a guide, because this one now went out of sync. So we need to line that back up with the original. But this version that we're just pasting now is actually one layer. You can see it there. So in case we need that back, we'll just hide it. So now our frame is editable as 3 separate chunks. So this is our frame. Let's call this I don't know, edit frame, and this one is frame. So what we need is 3 frames. Actually, it's always good practice just to make new ones. So we've got our original as a backup in case anything goes wrong, but we want frame top, frame middle, and frame bottom. And it makes sense if we put them in the order we would expect them to be in: top, middle, bottom. So all we need to do is we need to go to our separate thirds and pick the top, go to the top, invert the selection, and hit delete. And now we need to do the same thing with middle. So go to the third, pick the middle, invert the selection, hit delete. Go to thirds, hit the bottom, go to the bottom, invert selection, delete it. So now we can test that. We should have top, middle, and bottom. Perfect. Now they all join up. Yeah, the reason we need to do that is when we stretch this, it needs to not warp. But since we're stretching it vertically, it won't warp because it's only verticals. There's no horizontals to warp. So we can get away with that. That's how they've done it, I think. So now we need to do the same thing with the mask, because the mask is what actually frames the main object, right? The icon and everything underneath. So we're going to do the same thing we did a second ago. We're going to duplicate the mask 3 times. And we're going to save main icon mask top. Let me just copy that so I can, it doesn't let me select all and copy, that's fine. Main icon mask, I put mash instead of mask. Middle, it's fine, I know what it is. I'll edit it. Let me rename it. Okay, main icon mask top, main icon mask middle. Let me edit it, you fucking twat. Let me edit it! There. Mask bottom. Alright, so away we go again. Go to our thirds. Select the top third. Go to the top. Invert selection. Delete. Go to our thirds. Select the middle. Go to the middle. Invert selection, hit delete. Go to our thirds, hit the bottom, go to the bottom, invert selection, delete. And now we have I'm just worried about the alpha though. Let me think about this. It doesn't matter because, yeah, that is a bit weird because it's the same as the frame though. It's just that because it's a mask, we have our on-off parts. But if you think about it, right, all this does is tell everything here which is on and which is off. So as long as we stretch the mask along with the frame, which we will, then the on-off mappings will follow it, right? So it should be fine. And they don't scale or warp or anything like that, so it should be fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. But now what we've got to do, we've got to stitch it all back together in Unity. So we need to export those as separate layers. Okay, so our frame is now 3 frames. Top. So save it as such. Actually, we haven't saved any of this frame yet. Oh no, we did. We saved the frame as one thing, but then I realized, oops, there's something I need to do here to pull off what I want. So we can save character frame top. Character frame middle. I'll just put mid. It's mid. Sound like a Genshin player. Mid. Oh, it's fucking mid. That. Oh, it's mid. And bottom. And now on our mask, top. Mask, middle. This is going to look fucking awesome though. Because it looks awesome in Madoka, so mine's going to look just as awesome because I'm basically just fucking copying it. Not wrong with that. Mid! It's mid! Yes, you are correct. It is actually the mid section. Well done. Go get a biscuit. And bottom. Oh boy, and now we've got to stitch it all together. But the good news is, because we kept the canvas the same size and we did this with layers and everything is where it's supposed to be, everything will be in the right place because everything is set by the same bounds, right? It knows the edges of the image and it knows where in the image is, so it's all going to line up perfectly. But what this does mean is this becomes way more complicated now. I mean, I guess we just change that for mask top. And we need to go and set these up again. So actually we should be able to delete mask now. I'm not going to delete anything yet though. These look like penises. If your penis looks like that, please see a doctor. Right, somebody chopped it off. Okay, yeah, I know. Okay, I do know what we need to do. Okay, so you know how you know how these bits on the masks are transparent? It's treating them as transparent, which I suppose that makes sense that it would. Yeah, we need to make those black because you see how it's drawn? It's just ignoring the mask where the mask ends, which makes sense actually. So for each one of these, I actually need to fill the missing bit. That's why I paused when I saw what it did. I was like, is that going to work? But I thought it would, but I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm man enough to admit it. I'm not pirate software. I won't die on that hill. I was wrong. Is that so hard to admit? We all learn from our mistakes. Oh, little Thor. You probably can't, Albert. But, wow, it shows how much trouble you can get yourself into by just having that little part missing. Did I do that right? I wasn't really... I was too busy singing the Thor song that I wasn't paying attention. There we go. I must have got it right. There we go. So now we've got a top... Now we've got a top section of a mask, and we just need to duplicate it and duplicate it again, and obviously load the middle section of the mask and the bottom section of the mask. Isn't that lovely? Look at that. Now that might not look like we did that much because, like, you know, we have the same, it looks like we have the same thing we had to begin with, but we don't, because now we have a special middle layer that we can stretch like that, and there's no warping occurring. And you might be thinking, yeah, but the face moved with it. Yeah, that's because we have the face. How the fuck did they do that, actually? Because you would have to have the face. Because if they're three separate masks, they need three separate images to unmask. Huh. So I can do what I want with the frame now very easily, but the image in the middle, if we do that, that's what's going to happen, right? A face is going to get all little and squishy in the middle. So there must be a way to separate. Does it have to be a child of the parent? Or unless we use rect transform. There we go. We use rect transform. That's how we do it. That's how they did it. Okay, I figured it out. I knew they did. I knew they did it somehow. I knew they did it somehow. Okay, we figured it out. So we're just gonna mark these so we know what they are. Mid! It's mid! It's fucking mid, that! It's mid, mate! It's mid! Alright. Top, mid, bottom. Now we can bring our frame into the scene. But we need 3 frames. Right? Of course we do. We need top. Mid, bottom. I haven't figured out why I can't see it yet. Does it want to be above those? Wait, what? Why can't I see it? I am so confused. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Oh, did I make it a new image? Did I add it as a new raw image rather than copy from template? Okay, I think I did. I think I know what the issue is. I didn't copy one of these from template, so it didn't give me the same shape and position. I think that's what happened. So this is my new frame. We don't want anything attached to it. And we want... top. There we go. That's why it wasn't working. Middle, bottom. Oh, you bastard. It's mid! It's mid! It's fucking mid! Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. We're getting good at this now. We're getting good at this now. Alright. Okay, so now we have our character and our character frame. I suppose now is probably the best time to get the animation transition down because we have everything we need to do it. And if we need to change anything, we might need to know about it sooner rather than later. Bah! Okay. Okay. Character badges. So these are all child objects of Nozomi's icon, which is slot 4's icon. That's just a guide. But it could also be a container. There we go. Now we have something to put the animator on. So we still need our guide so we can see where everything else is going to go. But we'll turn that off when we're finally done with everything. So we need an animation controller of character position icon. Character position icon. I like to call it the same thing as the object. Just makes things easy. Character position icon. And now in our animator, we need to create an animation for character position icon up. And what we want to do is we want keyframes to have everything exactly where it is right now, which is actually a little bit tricky to do. And the reason it's tricky is because this is such a backwards way of doing things. I hate Unity's animator. The reason it's tricky is you don't know everything you're going to use. We know we're going to use rec transform, right? But you also need to know which objects need keyframes in them. So like if I was doing it's hard to explain. If I was going to do an animation where this entire icon zooms in and out, then I would be using scale on character position icon. So I would need scale on character position icon to contain the value that I want, that I currently have it at. So that, and the only way you can do that is to change it and then set it back to where it was, which is another stupid thing. It's one of the things I hate about Uni. It's another little niggle that just drives me nuts. But the problem is, because we don't know everything we're going to use yet, I think I'm going to be using rect transform in the middle. And then I'm probably going to be using position Y on the top and the bottom, I think. Maybe on the middle as well to line it back up. But until I do the animation, I don't actually know. So it's kind of difficult. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the rect transform, because this is how we're going to shrink the middle part. And it also needs to take the frame with it as well, though, which then becomes even harder to do. Oh my god, this is so difficult. I think it's going to be easier because the frame needs to be on top of everything else. I think it's going to be easier to parent the mask top to the frame top. Oh, that breaks everything. Yeah, because the... Actually, I don't know why that breaks everything, but it does. Oh, this is even more awkward then. I can't parent the frame to the mask either, because then it will just it'll just wipe it out. Oh, this is so awkward. Hey, Madoka did it. I can do it. I can figure this out. I can figure this out. This is definitely doable. It's just going to be fucking awkward as fuck. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, I'm convinced that I'm going to need to change the rect transform of the middle mask and the middle frame. And I'm going to need to change the Y position on probably all 6 things. So what I need to do now, and this is super fucking awkward, this is what I hate about Unity's animator, is I need to look at the rect transform, and everything's in the Y axis as well, by the way. So I need to look at the rect transform, and I'll see that my rect transform is 153.4, which is what we ultimately want it to be. So I'm going to change it to 44 so that we get a keyframe for it, and then I'm going to change it back to 40 so it's back where it was. So now we have a keyframe of where we want it to end up. And then I need to do the same thing with position Y. Change it to 1, change it back to 7. And I need... Oh, that's for the main thing though. Oh yeah, that's not right. I won't be moving the main thing. At least I don't think I will. No, I don't think I'll be moving the main thing. Okay, so that's wrong. Let's start again. I need to be on the middle frame, and then I need to push it, put it back, push it, put it back, so that we get the keyframes for it. This is so stupid the way this works. And then I need to do the same thing with position. This one is super awkward because it happens to have a really awkward number in there. I need to do the same thing for position on every single one of these, just to be safe, because then we have the keyframes that we need. you would think they would add a, you know, an option to just like, you know, I don't know, save current position or something. But they don't. Okay, so now we have all the keyframes we need to do the trick we need to do, I think. So we have these frames to divert back to. So I think we can save that as the position up animation, and that should be fine, but we also want to copy that so we can save the transition animation. But also the transition animation needs to work in two directions. So we've got position icon up, we'll have position icon down. I might just call them 2 up, 2 down, as in TO, 2 up, 2 down. Okay, so we'll call this one 2 up. I hate Unity's animator, it's so fucking awkward. 2 up. Then we want to paste those keyframes in. So 2 up is going to end on this animation, right? So let's say we want it to last 50 seconds. It wants to be there to there. So now what I need to do is back on frame 1. Now I need to make the small version of this. And I don't think I can change 2 things at once. Oh, I can. Okay, that's at least something. So I don't think I can go any lower than that because of the size of the thing, right? I think that's probably my limit. So I can squish it by that much. But now she's missing half of her face. How the fuck do you do this? So we can close the gap there, and we can close the gap there. I guess I should have done that first. But now the face is all fucked. How the fuck do you do this? How the fuck do you do this? Okay, well that clearly didn't work. So let's delete all those keyframes and let's try again. Maybe we do squish the middle, but wouldn't that squish the middle of the face? But maybe there's no other way of doing it. But that's no, Madoka does it somehow. How the fuck are they doing this though? How do they do that? Let's play around. There's gotta be, it's gotta work somehow. So let's try. Oh, I can't though because I didn't set the scale. The original scale. Oh, you fuck. So if I want to change the scale, which would be this one, I think, I need to set the keyframes for scale as well. So we need to scale in and out. Okay, and then we can get it back to where it needs to be. But the single frame version of this didn't scale. Now there's no way that's gonna work, right? Like, what if I wanted to like completely remove the middle section to make it almost round? The trick's gotta be... Yeah, size isn't gonna work. I think the trick lies somewhere in the positioning of the child image at the top and the bottom to make it line back up again or something. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm actually kind of stumped. Okay, we've got anchored position, size delta. Anchored position. We don't have any size delta for the bottom. I suppose we don't need to change the bottom size, that's why. It's hard to, when you use the rect transform as well, it's hard to tell how small it's actually going. If I want it to be practically gone, I would need to go that far, right? And also you'll notice how that has caused some weirdness here. Look at what it's done to the frame. How the hell did they do this? Maybe don't go that small, because when you go that small it seems to really fuck things up. Let's go as small as that. There you go, that still looks fine, I guess. At least the frame looks okay. Yeah, kind of. As good as it gets, I think. So if we move that there, and then we move the top down, we need the top of this and the top of the frame to then meet that. Then we'd have to get the image, and we don't have keys for it either, so if that's the trick, we'd need keys for all those as well. But right now I'm just fucking around. I just want to see if I can actually make this image look somewhat normal again, so that I know what the trick is. Because obviously we'd have to, I suppose you can put the eyes back like roughly where they would go, right? And then you just, yeah, this is the trick, I think. I think the trick is you've got to move that so it lines up there, and then you'd have to do the same thing with the bottom. There we go. And so that then becomes the small version. It's probably a bit smaller than we want, actually. But the reason that now is broken when we get there is because we didn't have the size, the position deltas for the children of the icons. The children of the icons, like the children of the corn, but not quite. So it looks like we've got to move the top, middle, and bottom child icons. So we need keys for those as well. God damn it, this is awkward. Okay, so 44. They're probably not using Unity's animator, to be fair. They've probably got a better animator than this, I would think. We can do it with this animator, but boy is it, you're seeing how fucking awkward it is. Okay, so now when we fix the images by moving the top icon up to where the eyes are and the bottom icon down to where the mouth is, it should, there we go, there you go, I did it. Now there is some weirdness going on with the background, and that's because the background's a gradient, and really our gradient should go with, so we should be moving the gradient as well. Oh fuck. But that is starting to look pretty good actually. Okay, I know what the trick is now. Okay, we need to move the gradient with it as well. Fuck. We need to move the gradient as well. I need like 1 million keyframes to do this. Okay, so did I get the character icon positions? Let's just do every goddamn keyframe under the sun. So we need to move that, move that, move that. Actually, I don't think we do move the middle. I think the middle stays where it is. Fucking awkward bastard. Right. So now I think we have all the keyframes we need. I think. So when we go back down here, what we actually want to do is move the element and the icon together. And these come up to complete the picture. It's like a jigsaw. Which it's hard to tell with her, but something like that. And then these ones come down to sort of reform that. There we go. But the fucking element's still weird. Why does the element go weird? I'm moving the element now. Oh, you know why it is? I think it's because when I scaled the icon in the middle, because it's in the middle where it gets fucked. Whatever I did to the scale of the character in the middle, I also need to do it to the element. So let's find the middle size delta. So middle size delta. Oh my god, this is so fucking awkward. Alright, let me start again. We're going to delete this keyframe data. We need to start again. Now I know what I'm doing. I need to do the middle. I need to do the element and the icon at the same time. Let's get rid of that keyframe. Right, so we've got no animation right now, and I don't know what keyframes we have. So I'm just going to go back and put them all in again. So we also need the, and we also need the size delta on the element now. This was the thing that was missing in the recent version that I just tried. So that would be here, I think. Right, so we now have the thing for that. Right, so these two are the rect transforms. We only do positions on this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, so we now should definitely have all the keyframes we need to put it back to where it wants to be. So when we go here, we start by grabbing the rect transform of the middle layer, and we shrink that down as far as we want. I did go a bit too far last time, I feel. Let's put it to about there. Also, where am I putting this? Am I putting it like... Oh, we are moving... Yeah, but we are moving the position in the middle. I was wrong about that, because it's just that we moved that part first. So now we're missing a keyframe there. You see how I'm missing a keyframe there? So it's going to mess it up when we... Okay, undo. I hate Unity's animator. So, okay, we need a position on the elements and the character icon, which I think we already have. There. Now we've definitely got them all. Okay. Fuck you, Unity. I hate you so much sometimes. I really do. You make everything so much fucking harder than it needs to be. Wish you had better fucking tools. This is fucking ridiculous. Where the fuck is frame 0? What the hell is happening to my view? Right. Why does my timeline look like that? Why won't that scroll? What is happening? Right, fuck you. Oh! Why is my timeline doing this? I need to be at frame 0. Why is frame 0 outside of the range of what I'm looking at? Why did that happen? How did that happen? Like, what is happening? Why does left move right? Unity, will you make better tools? This is fucking ass. God, I hate their animator so much. What is happening to my timeline? Why can't I bring frame 0 into the timeline? Are you actually fucking kidding me? How do I get back to frame 0? What the fuck is happening? Why is my timeline frame 0 like over here out of view? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh my god, Unity, you fucking suck. Your animator is absolute fucking shit. It's so bad. Right, let me save this animation clip. I can't even get to 0 though. Wait, can I zoom out to it? Okay, I can zoom out to it. Fuck me. And then but if I zoom back in, I lose it again. I don't know why that is. That doesn't make any fucking sense. It's gotta be a bug. Or just shit fucking UI design. Either way, it fucking sucks. Right, we can get back to it, I guess. This is so frustrating. This shouldn't be this hard, but the tools fucking suck. Right. Grab the middle. Shrink it down. Let's say to about there. Move it back up. I don't know where this needs to be. I suppose it doesn't really matter that much. I'll put it about there. Because we need like the... I could actually cheat and line the chin up here. But then, you know, why would we want... Yeah, that's a good point actually. Why would we want... I think I know the answer to that. I was about to say something dumb. I was about to say, why would we want so much of Nozomi's chest in the icon if it's going to shrink that much? But I think we all know the answer to that. It's a gacha game. Right. I'm going to now grab the... I didn't move the frame with it, did I? Okay. Fuck off! How am I missing a fucking keyframe still? Why does it work like that? What keyframe is that? Image character icon size delta. Mask mid. We didn't have a keyframe for that. Are you fucking kidding me? We did though. Oh my god, this is so fucking frustrating. Character icon size delta, which is rect transform. I'm so fucking lost right now because this is so much bullshit. Isn't that this one at 100? I think it is. Fuck you! I can't believe how fucking awkward these tools are. They're the worst tools I've ever used in my life. They are so bad. Right, so we want this one, and this one. And then we want to push it down, bring it up. I guess. But I actually want the face to come down more. That's fine. We just have to move that separately. But for now, let's go to the top. Also, shouldn't I have... I don't know if I was supposed to stretch that one. I think I might have done this wrong already. Because I think I was supposed to move... I think I was supposed to rect transform the parent. And then we move the children. Yeah, we're not supposed to rect transform the children. Like... irrespective of their parents. Or whatever the fucking word is. I think it's that one and that one we need to change. Yes, it is. I'm a fool. That's why it was warping the image. Ugh. So then that last keyframe that I put in is actually wrong. I didn't need that after all. Okay, then I want the image. Yeah, I want the face to come down, so that makes sense. Then we can put that there. Then we can put the mask top and the frame top down to cover the gap. Then we want to move the bottom character icon down to bridge the gap, and then the top, but no, the element needs to come with it, right? Yeah, the element needs to come with it. Element needs to come with that. Okay, and then top element and icon now needs to be moved up to jigsaw that to where it wants to be, about there. But we still have this weird fucking... why does it still look like that? I don't understand. I moved the fucking element, didn't I? So I still don't understand how it gets... how that goes all weird in the middle. Honestly, I can't seem to fix that, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. Because you can see the element background is moving with the character. So I don't know why it, like, why does the character line up but the element doesn't? That I don't understand. That's about as good as it gets, I think. But yeah, that's cool. I try it one more time in case I did fuck something up. Let's try it one more time. I'm gonna start again. Maybe I did mess something up because I kind of was getting confused there for a bit. Because it's so fucking complicated. Right, let's start again. And why I've got package manager update getting... Okay. Right, so step one is we grab the middle rect transform and we grab the middle frame rect transform and we squish it down as far as we want. Go a little bit further this time and do it to about there. Then we move these back up so that they line back up with the frame. There. Then we want to grab the top frame and the top parent icon and make those meet. Then we want to grab, it depends, right? Like, is that a good position for the face in the middle? Probably. If it is, then we just want to grab the bottom and the bottom and make those line up, which is very difficult to do because it's kind of hard to see exactly what pixel that's supposed to be at, but that looks about right. Yeah, we still get this. I don't understand. I don't understand why this gradient doesn't line back up again if the image does. It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense to me why that's happening. They're all the same image size. They have the same bounds. So like there shouldn't even be like a scaling discrepancy or anything. It should all just line up, but it doesn't. And I don't really know why. And then we want to do the same with this top part and make it line up. Yeah, and then we get this weird fucking middle section that just doesn't look right, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. I guess we could try and take the middle element and see if we can make it look better, and it seems like it wants to be up there somewhere. But why that should want to be in a different position to the rest of it, I have no idea. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, well, that does look a lot better though. Oh my god. Okay, so we have our character position icons top. Now all we need to do is save all those keyframes, copy all those keyframes, save a new animation, character position icon to bottom. Where we invert those frames. Actually, those are the only two animations we need really, because we can just play it once instead of looping it. So we can grab those keyframes and swap them over. Put those on that side. And we should now have an animation that shrinks down and an animation that grows up, which I think we do. And so we could just play one or the other depending on whether it's the character's turn or not. I think the animation's a bit slow, so we'll maybe 1/3 of a second is all we need. It's crazy how much work can go into 1/3 of a second of animation. But it's also crazy how much difference that makes. And let's make this one 35, a little bit slower. Yeah, that looks, it looks great, but oh my god, the pain of getting there. We did it though. Right, so we now have a really cool animation. I think I need to back this up. I'll probably end the stream here, to be honest, before I go out of my mind. But you can probably tell where this is going, right? So now we just need to like create the rest of the elements, and obviously they'll need to follow the animation as well. So yeah, these animations aren't really done yet. Although what I might be able to do is what I probably will do is I'll probably attach the stars to the top frame and this to the top frame. So we have like 3 sections now where we can attach things, right? And then we can just attach each element to whichever frame it should follow, and they should follow along. But yeah, I think I need a little break, so I'm going to back this up. That does look great though. I'm really pleased with that. Yeah, so they'll look like this when they're not acting, and then they'll grow up just like they do in Madoka when it's their turn. And we also just need to make sure that those animations, which I'm not sure where they are actually. There they are. 2 bottom, 2 up. Do not loop. And make sure that both of those animations are on the animator for this. So we want 2 bottom and 2 up. Yeah, the only problem, so we've got character position up. Yeah, we have, okay, the problem with this now, not really a problem, but let me delete that animation. When it loads in, technically it's nobody's turn, right? Well, technically it will be the first player's turn. But if we default animation 2 up on every character, then every character jumps up like it's their turn, and then they're going to have to shrink back down again. Either way, they've got to shrink down or grow up, right? Because we didn't give the animation anywhere else to go. So what we actually need to be is, I'm just going to create an animation called character position default. And I'm going to grab the 2. Why is that not part of, oh, because I didn't add it to the animator. Okay, let's just, yeah, let's make that the default state. And then it's probably easier just to make a quick bool turn. And then what we can do is say make a transition to up when turn is true. So no exit time, turn is true. No exit time, turn is false. Why does it say turn is true, turn is false? Turn is false, and then turn is true again. No exit time. Okay, so what should happen is when this UI loads, but we need to do the animation first. So which way around is this? I thought it broke then for a minute. I was going to scream. Yeah, so this is the default frame state, right? Frame 1. So what we want to do is just grab those keyframes and swap to the 2 bottom and delete all those keyframes and put that one in instead. And so that should now stay like that when it loads in. And then as it's their turn, we'll go up and then back down again when... We could also just use one animation and play it forwards and backwards, but it's fine. We have separate animations instead. And make sure that that default animation is looping, which it is. Perfect. And then we just need to set the state machine on the animator to say whether it's the character's turn or not. And then we can animate that. Alright, I'm going to leave it there. Take a break. Back it up. Oh my god, Unity's animator sucks. We got there in the end, but boy does it suck. But yeah, that does look good. I can't deny that does look good. And I also really don't understand why the gradient seemed to misalign with the main character icon when they're the same size. And I moved them and scaled them together. That doesn't make any sense to me. But whatever, we seem to have fixed it. And these are the kinds of things that players just take for granted, right? You see that in a game and you don't realise what is actually happening there. I mean, I do because I make these things. But if you don't make these things, you would probably just see that and think, oh, you don't really think anything. You know, you you probably wouldn't realize what is actually happening there. But in order to pull off that effect, yeah, you can see what goes into it, right? You've got to use some tricks. And I just wish Unity's tools were better for doing such tricks. But yeah, that looks really good. Alright, I'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. Bye.